Hi.
Hello, you alright?
Yeah, good. Thank you. I'm just going to put the cans down. I've got a bit of work to do before we come on. 20 to 12, Kev said, didn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one.
All right. Cheers. rugby union. You know what the WXV tournament is, rugby union?
No.
But you're a union man as well.
Well, yes. Up to a point.
Was it OGW?
WXV, it's okay. It's a three-tier tournament created to offer consistent annual international fixtures outside of World Cup years for women's rugby union players.
The first class fixture.
Well, we've been scraping the barrel for news today, I can promise you that. I'm now down to previewing. I've kind of held off previewing Saturday's football because I just think that's for this afternoon and tomorrow morning, really, rather
Yeah.
Friday night. But they do like a good mix of sports and men and women, so
Can you imagine?
they're getting it with football, women's football, men's cricket and women's rugby in this little bulletin off now. off.
Yes.
Oh, back on shortly. Who's what? The straight man.
Yes, who knows? Which one shall I play
You want to put
into?
yours in here?
Well, I
Yes.
may as well. Oh, I'm the stooge, DT.
Do you want me to leave this out so that when DT does it live for whatever he uses it on?
I have my own headset. That's a good idea. It's hard, I don't think it's a problem, but what I really did.
It's loud.
Yeah, just so I didn't miss anybody shouting down there. I'll notify Yorkshire supporters who wish to listen.
Hello, Jack. It's Andrew. Yeah, Jonathan's just next door to me.
Just put the effects mic outside so you've got a bit of atmosphere.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
all,
good, thanks.
All great. Yeah, grand.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Yeah, that's grand. Top.
good point. You fancy getting some lunch, folks? Bringing some lunch back in. There's some. Apparently, it's out. I've had a text from Ruth. We're just about to go on. That's all. Well, you say that, Kev. Actually, we've just had a delegation out in the middle of the field. Most of the ground staff, including head groundsman Richard Robinson, and the two umpires for this match, Hassan Adnan and also Chris Watts, I think, is actually out there in the middle. They've had a good look at things. There's been a bit of poking and prodding around with feet. I can tell you the sun is shining and has been for a good hour or so now. But what sort of ruined the first theory of the day, which was that we might get play straight after lunch, was a shower around about 9 o'clock on arrival here. So with a sodden outfield from quite a lot of rain over the last 48 hours, that's just held things up. But it looks pretty good out there. There are no wickets pitched at this moment in time. We're waiting for an official post-lunch inspection. And the news in terms of that was that lunch officially is taken at 12, so we won't get anything probably for another hour or so in terms of news of a start. But I did, just before you came to me, throw to Richard Robinson, the groundsman down there, just to find out a little bit more if possible. And he's saying mid-afternoon for a start if it were up to him, but of course it's an official decision, isn't it? So there's optimism anyway that we're going to get some play. Yeah, very much. It was very hard to put your finger on the underperformances at the start of the season, and I think when you look back over the fixtures now and see how they've played in the last 6 games, winning 5 of them, drawing the match against Middlesex here 2 or 3 weeks ago, I don't think there's been much of an appreciable change in what the players have been producing, just kind of a few % better across the board, really. And if you think about what you've just said to me in terms of that start as well, you recall Yorkshire went to Lords in April when they had an absolute stellar county batting lineup, including Messrs Brook, Root and Masood, as well as an opening pair in Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean, who've been averaging round about 60 throughout the last couple of seasons. To be shot out for 159 on that first day at Lords on losing the toss, was probably the low point of the season, really, fairly early on, and it's been a steady climb since then. The one fixture, the one anomaly, anybody can lose a game, can't they, after one bad day, and that's what happened at Lords, really. They were never really in the match after that, but they went to Hove not so long afterwards, and the one match, really, that I think John may or may not agree with me, would have been the difference between the two sides this season, was Yorkshire losing that match at Sussex when they had a horrible first half hour of the day, having won the toss and put the opposition in, and they were just loose with the ball. And then probably a really bad last hour of the match where they were still looking like chasing down the Sussex score that had been set for them. Johnny Tattersall, I seem to remember, being the kind of turning point of that when he got out, and then suddenly everything caved in very quickly, and they lost that match by 20 odd runs, which is nothing, is it, in a game of 4-day cricket? If you take off those points for Sussex, if you like, and put them on for Yorkshire, then there's just about parity going into this last round of matches. Sussex would have been top by just a few points, and I think that's probably a fairer reflection of where both sides have been at in relation to other teams in the competition this season. That they are playing very, very well at the moment, Yorkshire, and of course they haven't just won these last few matches by 20 odd runs. They've been crushing their opponents since midway through the season in the main.
I know, it's a very cruel game at times, isn't it? And there's the famous quote about all political careers must end in failure, and it's becoming a bit like that with Northamptonshire head coaches, because 5 of the last 6, John Sadler being the 5th, have left the club not at the time of their choosing. David Ripley, the one exception, of course, has stood down as head coach at the end of 2021 and is still with the club, still very much involved, and indeed has recently been appointed head coach of the Northamptonshire women's team to be involved in the new Tier 2 structure for next season. But yeah, I mean, John Sadler took over, and I remember the first interview I did with him, which was technically David Ripley's last game in charge, but it was down at Chelmsford, where Northamptonshire had just been beaten before lunch on the second day. It was fairly horrendous, and John Sadler's first press conference as the sort of head coach elect, if you like, was to try and explain that one away, losing inside 4 sessions. His first season, 2022, obviously the decision to change captains very close to the start of the season with Adam Rossington losing the captaincy and subsequently making the move down to Essex, obviously was a big call. John Sadler owned it entirely and said, yeah, it was my shout. Similarly, when he then replaced Josh Cobb with David Willey as T20 captain. So he's had a tough couple of years, but I think it had got to the stage where, for all concerned, I think it probably did need a change. I think the dressing room was, it's probably fair to say, and I'm not in the dressing room, but just talking to players, I don't think it was the happiest place you could imagine. And the question now, obviously, is what happens for 2025? Do Northamptonshire look to promote from within? Do they look at one of the 3 coaches involved, sort of in joint charge, the junta in charge at the moment with Rory Kleinfeldt, Greg Smith and Graham White? Or do they look to bring somebody in from outside? I think they would probably like, ideally, to have somebody who's on site 12 months a year, but that's not easy if you're looking for somebody with sort of international profile. So there's going to be an awful lot of discussion and watching of this space, I think, in the next few weeks and months. I think it's a good question. I think the finances of it, clearly, the people involved with counting the beans, they clearly want success in the white ball competition, T20 in particular, and Northamptonshire getting their first home quarter-final in the T20 for 8 years this year, and that match was sold out 2 weeks ahead of time. 2 weeks before the game, the last ticket had gone, just over 5,000, crammed into Wantage Road, plus obviously all the corporate hospitality and so on, for that match against Somerset. So it's not easy for a county of relatively modest means, I think, to sustain a campaign across all 3. You need to be smart. And your recruitment, and I was very interested listening to what John was saying, the Sussex chair, who I had the pleasure of talking to during the first match of the season when Northamptonshire were down there, about recruiting smart and thinking about how you can best get the personnel in place for the chunks of the season that the schedule throws you up. So to try and answer what I think is a question that probably needs rather longer than we have available. I think Northamptonshire can do it, and a county like Northamptonshire can, but they need, I think, they can sustain it in Division 2, and I think they could even challenge for promotion in Division 2. Whether you could do that and sustain a serious campaign in white ball cricket and in Division 1 with relatively modest means, as I think Northamptonshire found last year, I think is probably tough, very tough. Yes, without a doubt. I think any player who comes up through your own ranks, which Emilio had done. Mind you, I suppose Northamptonshire, in a sense, have become slightly used to it with Ben Duckett and Ollie Stone and David Willey, of course, who's now back at Wantage Road. So it's not the first time. Indeed, they were moaning about it back in 1889 when Arthur Mould from Middleton Cheney made the move to Lancashire, so it's nothing new. But yeah, I would like to think that the experiences of 2023 made supporters a little bit more aware, a little bit more realistic, particularly about squad size. Once or twice last year, when Northamptonshire had just been rolled over in 2 or 3 days, and talking the obligatory interviews at the end and saying, well, you know, is there scope to make changes? And John Sadler and the other coaches were saying, well, yeah, okay, you're talking about changes. Who do we bring in? Because we've got this squad of players then we've got academy players. We've got, you know, youngsters who we think are going to come through, you know, but they're going to take a little bit of time. And Division 1 isn't really a place to throw in kids, if you like, to sort of borrow from Alex Ferguson. So I would like to think that supporters are a bit more, a little bit more aware of the difference between Division 1 and Division 2. But perhaps the tone of my voice will indicate that I'm not hugely convinced.
That's a very good question. No updates until 12:30. I think they've even been pulled now because of the weather. So no, we're clear.
Northampton.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, isn't it? And I think it's been developing for quite some time, really. Now, these decisions are not kind of made overnight, are they? And for that to be announced as it was on the eve of the 50 over competition, so we're talking roll it back a couple of months now, aren't we? That was when it was officially announced. I think Otis was informed, a few days before that official announcement. But for that to be made then you can only say that there must have been the roots of that developing significantly earlier during 2024, I would have said, Kevin. From his own point of view, I know there's a clear disappointment there, because I think he felt that there was another couple of years in this job to really lift the team to where he and his staff, Ali Maiden, batting coach, Kabir Ali, bowling coach, etc., wanted to take them. And there's going to be an irony. We're fully expecting an irony of it now that as of Monday, Otis will no longer be in a job with Yorkshire County Cricket Club, having left them presumably, if all goes to plan, back in Division 1. And totally understandable that anybody will be scratching their heads at that. Yeah, look, like in any walk of life and with any workplace, He's not been everybody's cup of tea, and that, generally speaking, in professional sport is not the cup of tea of the players who haven't been getting as much opportunity as the ones who have been getting an opportunity, who are absolutely, fine with the coaching staff and those relationships. It was a difficult time to take over, as you rightly pointed out, straight on the back of the racism scandal. And that first season, there was all sorts still going off behind the scenes, off the field, and events conspired against the team on the field, didn't they? Right down to that, the ultimate frustration of you finish your season yourselves, and then the following day you're left to watch or listen to coverage of a match involving Warwickshire, where Liam Norwell has the day of his life. And your team gets relegated by 1 point, when you think about all the possible points that are up for grabs during a season. So there was that in the first place. Then you take the drop, and then on the back of that, you're obviously deducted the 48 points that was decided mid-season last year, which made the return to Division 1 at the first attempt nigh on impossible. And then 38%, don't forget, of the weather. Somebody, not me, I promise you, but I think it was Harrison, or the analyst here, who came up with the figure that 38% of last year's championship play that would have been involving Yorkshire was washed out or was missed for whatever reason, bad light and all those usual things. And so take 48 points off the start of any season, and then be unable to play in pretty much just over a third of your actual championship playing season. That's got to be very difficult to try and get a team back up. And they weren't too far off, being there, and they made themselves competitive last year, when I suppose you could have totally understood it if they just went through the motions out there on the field of play. This time around, clean slate at the start of the season. But we had the shaky start that we talked about a few minutes ago, and then they're starting to flower and blossom, and players, we shouldn't forget when we say this, Kev, that players who have been given opportunities by Otis, Ali and co, we should never forget the people who were around before. 16 people got sacked, of course, from this club. And the likes of Andrew Gale, Richard Dams, Richard Pyra, Paul Grayson, Ian Dews, the second team coach, were all still responsible for a lot of these players who are playing the game now, who are having their first developments in cricket with Yorkshire under those people. And so there's a collective responsibility of all of those, including the current staff, that sees them, on day 2 of this match, where we've not yet started, hoping that final step back to Division 1 will be taken. Gavin Hamilton, yes, is officially announced as the general manager. That was a week or so ago when we were down at Cardiff. I think it was stated that he was going to be taking up his position from the 1st of November. But I think he's already working on things behind the scenes, as you might imagine, really, just to hit the ground running when that official role comes into play. Anthony McGrath, well, that's an interesting, wasn't it? Because the story has been broken this week in other media. The club have not yet confirmed officially that is the case, but it seems to be the case that Anthony McGrath will be the new head coach at Yorkshire County Cricket Club. And of course, that is again a nod both back to the past of the club. Anthony, very successful player here, played for England, won the championship as a player in 2001, and then has gone off elsewhere to cut his teeth as a head coach and done a fantastic job with Essex. And I think it must have been still a tricky decision for him to have to make if and when that is confirmed, because he's had success down there. He's won a championship, he's won T20, and in that respect, this club where we're sitting here overlooking the ground at Headingley has never had any success in T20 cricket. It's been to finals day, but it's never won that competition. White ball success is... I don't know. I was only talking to a player yesterday, and we were discussing all these sorts of things, and I was just saying, before each T20 season starts, rightly or wrongly, there's an air of resignation when I walk into this commentary box that although there's still optimism because you've got 14 matches to play and you hope that they might do something this year, it's almost like just a year-on-year thing that they'll win a few, they'll lose a few, a couple will get rained off, and that will be that, and they might scrape through into the quarterfinals, but they probably end up just outside them. And that was, the same once again this year. Very hard to put your finger on it, but as you know, this club has won the county championship more than any other, and it will therefore in its entire existence always have, I feel it will always have a leaning towards that, certainly for another generation or two to come, because of that proud history. And so I think if there's a tendency to point your resources one way or the other, and I think as Andrew was just saying, it's difficult, isn't it, to attack on all three fronts, very difficult to master that. So the leaning has always been towards the county championship here, and there's still there feels like there's more pride in those appearances at the end of the day than whatever achievements come in any white ball format. I think we do. I don't think the club that he's going to have announced that officially, but again, this is another long one, really, Kev. You're throwing me some curveballs here today, but what I think, if you think about it, I'm happy to talk about this, and I've talked about this in commentaries when asked by our listeners, our learned listeners, and Matthew Fisher is a high-quality player. If you look at his record in terms of the number of years he's been playing the game, made his debut at 15, he's now 26, I think. He's not played a lot of championship cricket during those parameters. Now, you understand that in the early part of his career, of course you do, because he's a young player coming through, and you're never going to be thrown in there unless, we know about some of the great test names of the past who were thrown in there. But there are a few of those players in professional cricket that start at 16 and are playing regularly in the championship. So understand in those first few years that it might be a little bit bitty in that respect. Then, of course, there have been the injuries, and I think Matthew, confidence in his own body has been, an issue. And if he feels a niggle, then it feels maybe more exaggerated in his mind than it might actually be sometimes. But he's also obviously got to refer to his strength and conditioning staff and the physiotherapist and all of that, and follow the advice that he's been given. So that's the way it's gone with his career. He's played a few and he's missed quite a few, and then he's played a few and he's missed quite a few more. Sometimes he's been out for the majority of seasons. So from a business perspective, you wouldn't expect, for example, let's talk in terms of you and I. If the BBC were employing Kevin Howells to follow county cricket around, but he was unable to fulfil, let's say, 40% of the season, and there were no facilities for you to broadcast from home, then would you expect the BBC to be paying you to do that job? They'd have to be thinking about that, wouldn't they? And after a while, they might give you a bit of rope, but they might then be saying, well, not sure this is a really good investment. We can't get Kev to go and broadcast about the game, and we really want him to do that. So Matthew coming towards the end of a contract, he's played for England. He's therefore, I would imagine, financially his salary will have been bumped up. He's already a capped player as well, and we know the minimum level for that here at Headingley as well. So there's that financial side of things to come into play. If he's not getting on the park, how can you afford to keep paying somebody who can't do that? So you can understand the club's side of it. And of course, from his point of view, he wants to play for England again. He's capable of doing that. When you look at the players who England have been putting out there on the field recently, he's no doubt he's capable of doing that if he's fit and firing. And he maybe gets that opportunity to do that at Surrey, where they might be able to manage things slightly differently. And of course, at that club, you are absolutely out there in the firing line for England duties. Yeah.
I don't think it is, to be honest, Kev. I mean, Northamptonshire made a move out of necessity. 8 years ago, 8.5 years ago, the club was in a very serious financial situation, and it needed to basically refinance itself. And the measure that was come up with was to make it a limited company, and members had to approve it. And I was there at the meeting, and it was a bit like old age. It's not a lot of fun, but it's better than the alternative. And I think that was it with Northamptonshire. Really, it was presented, I think, in a way that there is basically no alternative if you want Northamptonshire to remain viable in professional cricket, in first-class cricket. And so we've moved away from that. I mean, in terms of what sort of difference does it make? The big difference, I suppose, is that members no longer have the right to hire and fire committee like they did in the old days at the AGM. But I mean, I started going to Northamptonshire AGMs back in the 80s, and they usually lasted about 40 minutes, and the only questions you ever used to get were usually about the gents' or ladies' lavatories. So now you have members' forums. There was one a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago, in fact, where it's pretty much the same as an AGM in terms of the reports that are delivered, so everybody knows. Well, it's absolute. It's vital. Completely.
Okay, cheers.
part of the process I've never done, so it would do.
Yes, so just be plug in.
Well, this is on SDI, so that's a good start. Well, that's probably solved that one. That was on SDI, so that's... Yes. Gone to your ring?
Because I'm looking at getting into the screen.
Congratulations, George. And as he was the one presenting the cap, we wish a belated happy birthday to Johnny Bairstow for yesterday. Happy birthday, Johnny. Yorkshire.
Well, good afternoon. We've had to wait so long. We're not quite sure if it's day 2, 3, 4 or 5 here at Headingley, but we finally have some cricket breaking out. Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton, myself, Jonathan Doidge of BBC Radio Leeds. We also have Katie Levick and David Townsend in the back of the box with us today. And you'll forgive his usual juvenile behaviour. We have some cricket which sees Northamptonshire batting first, because Yorkshire won the toss and have made one change to the side that won down at Cardiff last week. Couple of changes as well for Northamptonshire. And first to say, good afternoon, Radders.
Afternoon, Doidgy. Afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to be here and actually finally going to watch some cricket. How long we'll get, I mean, there's 40 overs in theory through to the end of the day. Whether we get those in, I have to say, I think is probably slightly optimistic, but we'll see.
Ben Coad going to open the bowling from this Kirkstall Lane end, and he's 2 wickets from a real achievement in his first-class career, as I'm sure you all know. 298 first-class wickets. He's got 4 slips in place, a point, a wideish mid-off come extra cover, mid-on, straight mid-wicket and long leg. And Luke Proctor is out there at the non-striking end with the first ball, an attempted flick down the leg side there by Gus Miller. And through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow, who is keeping wicket for Yorkshire, whose team is as follows: Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, Will Luxton back in the side to replace Dan Moriarty in that one change. Johnny Bairstow, James Wharton, Jonathan Tattersall skippering, Don Bess, Jordan Thompson, Matthew Fisher, Ben Coad and George Hill, newly capped of course yesterday, and he's just had that represented just for the benefit of the supporters in the ground out there on the field by Johnny Bairstow before they went out to play. Here's Coad coming in again to Miller. It's full and pushed back down the pitch to Ben, and there is no run, and Radders will give you the Northants side.
Yeah, a couple of changes. Northamptonshire going in with Gus Miller and Luke Proctor, then George Bartlett, James Sales, safe save, Lewis McManus, Justin Broad, Ben Sanderson, Jack White, and then the 2 changes, Krish Patel and Fateh Singh both come in for their first-class debuts for Northamptonshire. Singh is on a 1-match loan from Nottinghamshire, and Krish Patel just signed a new 2-year rookie deal.
Here's Coad then, up on the legs of Miller, who turns it into the leg side for Wharton to field, and there is no run of the weather. Never really any chance of play yesterday, and it was in the balance for long enough today because it's pretty soft out there on the outfield, and there were a couple of areas of concern, I think out towards point, where there's a fair bit of sawdust on the wicket ends on the western terrace side of the ground. As Coad's in again, once more giving it a chance to swing if it will by throwing it right up there, and Miller again turning it into the leg side. But there's a reasonable number who've stayed to watch any play that is possible today. We've had sunshine for much of the day, and it's not a really strong wind, but I'd probably describe it as a bit of a breeze blowing across the ground.
Big coat day though.
Yeah, so it seems among the speckies. Here's Coad again over the wicket, and this time wide of off stump and left by Gus Miller. Yorkshire, of course, entering this final round of the season needing 10 points to secure promotion back to Division 1. They may not need 10 points if, down at Hove, Middlesex do not get 24. And, of course, they've been washed out both days so far. So that is looking
unlikely.
Very unlikely, I guess you'd say, in 2 days cricket. But cricket being cricket, there's always open to strange permutations as the final ball of the over is played down to 4th slip. And that is that for the first over of this final match of 2024, a season in which Northamptonshire are finishing pretty well.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, there's all this publicity surrounding this match and a lot of media interest, and I just assumed it was because Northamptonshire were going for their 3rd championship win in a row, but apparently there's something to do with Yorkshire getting promoted, which has caused a certain amount of comment around the English domestic circuit, so I was disappointed really. I thought it was all down to Northamptonshire's end of season revival. However, it's going to be Luke Proctor to face his first ball. Left-hander, of course. 4 slips in place. And it's going to be Matt Fisher running in to bowl outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor, who needs 102 runs in this final match to become the first Northamptonshire batter for 8 years to go past or go to 1,000 championship runs. Last man to do it was Ben Duckett back in 2016 when he had an extraordinary season across all formats and was named one of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the year. But nobody's done it since then for Northamptonshire. Proctor himself came close a couple of years ago, bagged a pair in the penultimate match down at Taunton, which rather put a stop to that. Here's Fisher in down the leg side, and Proctor trying to whip that away through the leg side, doesn't make contact, taken by Johnny Bairstow. I think what may possibly be a little bit of an issue, not too distant future, could be the light. Obviously, the floodlights are not on at the moment. It's a little bit gloomy. Of course, sunset this evening, I think here in Leeds, is around about 10 to 7, something like that. So 40 overs from 3:30 takes us probably around about 6 o'clock. Here's Fisher on leg stump, and there is the first run of the innings for Northamptonshire, clipped away down to long leg, and they're through for a single, fielded by Ben Code down to our right. And Northamptonshire underway, 1 for no wicket after being put into bat. Northamptonshire now with these 2 debutants. Krish Patel becoming Northamptonshire's 556th first-class player, and Fateh Singh 557. Hold that thought as Fisher comes into bowl to Gus Miller outside the off-stump, left alone. And it means that Northamptonshire have used 26 players in this county championship campaign, which is the highest figure for Northamptonshire since they used 27 back in 1923. And before you say anything, no, I don't remember it, but 101 years ago. Here's Fisher running in towards us to bowl to Miller, who's edged. It's gone down into the slip cordon. There's an appeal. I think maybe he didn't get an edge and he was possibly appealing for LBW. He thought he was pad first. Anyway, he didn't carry into the slip cordon. Matt Fisher was interested. The umpire was not. Gus Miller, who's just signed a fresh deal to keep him at Montage Road until at least the end of 2026. Born in Oxford, but Bedford schoolboy. Been involved in the Northamptonshire setup for a while. He's had a bit of a breakthrough season, really, but finds himself opening the batting in the championship, which is never an easy gig. He's facing up to Fisher, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Big appeal for a caught behind, and he's going absolutely nowhere. The umpire says not out. End of the over. 1 for no wicket. That 1 run coming to Luke Proctor. Gus Miller, who's had an interesting first few deliveries, it's probably fair to say, is still looking for his first run.
If we can find the on switch for the television, we might be able to see a couple of those back at some point ourselves as well, Radders. And now Lev, who's been redirecting me around the plugs at ground level, has just walked on them herself. Code is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end for over number 3. As Radders said, having had sunshine for quite a few hours here today to dry things out, the cloud has come in at the moment. Code going round the wicket here, bowling to the left-handed Luke Proctor, still 4 slips as you'd expect, and although winning matches here for Yorkshire in the last 3 seasons has proved, well, almost beyond them. They did win this corresponding final game of last season in a contrived finish against Worcestershire, that being the only one during that period of time, and so therefore it's taken on the appearance of a road. In these conditions against these 2 bowlers, you would think batting is going to be a tad tricky this evening. Code is in, it's flicked nicely off the legs by Proctor down to Matthew Fisher, who's a short, long leg, if you will. He's not gone that far because probably the soft nature of the ground out there means the ball will hold up across the outfield and they get 1 run. So 2 without loss, both of them going to Proctor. As my colleague said, top coat order for most out there. Just applying a bit of sawdust to the Ben Code run-up, probably about halfway through his run-up. A couple of patches. There's been lots of on and off today. several inspections. And Code coming in and just looking to turn that into the leg side. Gus Miller got there a bit too soon and diverted it just to the onside of straight. Umpires are Chris Watts and Hassan Adnan. Match referee here, Will Smith. And Code turns again at the end of his run. In he comes now and bowls, and that's dropped down to fourth slip where Don Best does the fielding. Best, of course, announced by the club earlier in the week as having a new 2-year deal. Finlay Bean at third, Adam Lyth as ever at second, George Hill at first slip. And I don't know whether or not you've managed to catch up. I posted a video on X yesterday. If you haven't seen it, then well worth a look at that presentation of the cap. Good delivery here from Code, and that's 299 straight in to George Hill at first slip. He was getting praised for his catching there by Johnny Bairstow in that cap presentation I was referring to yesterday. And there is further evidence as we have seen the departure of Gus Miller without scoring, and Northamptonshire 2 for the loss of 1, and Code edging to the brink of a real career landmark.
Yeah, wonderful milestone, which I'm sure he will reach at some point. And well, Gus Miller just pushing forward at a ball. I think he had to play at it. Having watched the replay, it was just that probing line on, or maybe just outside off stump. Yeah, fourth stump, and pushed forward, just shaped enough to take the outside edge and straight into the safe hands of the newly capped George Hill. And Gus Miller, sadly, as we say, having recently put pen to paper on a new deal for Northamptonshire, is on his way back. And it brings to the crease Krish Patel, making his first class debut for Northamptonshire. He's announced as Lewis McManus because he's wearing Lewis McManus's jumper, but it is Krish Patel with number. We noticed this actually during the last match. I think Lewis McManus must have a surfeit of jumpers, because there were a couple of players playing in the previous match who had Lewis McManus's cast-offs on. But it is indeed going to be Krish Patel, 18 years old, involved with the Surrey setup over many years, and plays at Esher Cricket Club in the Surrey Championship. Thank you. And it is indeed Krish Patel. Been on the in the squad for the last couple of games, but finally gets his debut.
So, will this be it? Krish Patel to face Ben Code, not with that delivery, which is just dropped into the offside, and there is no run. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. We've become accustomed to those sort of figures early on for Ben Code over the years, and he'll be pressing and pushing and doing all he can to take that 300th wicket in what remains of today's play. Of course he will, and it feels in some ways like it's a formality, but sometimes when you get that close, it can, of course, feel like it's even further away somehow. He's under 20 average wise at the minute, and that won't do him any harm whatsoever.
Wonderful figures. And here's Matt Fisher running in towards us to bowl to Luke Proctor. Still 4 slips in outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. A certain amount of excitement from the slip cordon, but as far as Krish Patel is concerned, he signed a 2-year deal largely on the basis of performances for Northampton's second 11. So he's played 1 List A match for Surrey. That was against Essex in the 50 over cup last year, but this is his first class debut. And there's another airliner goes overhead out of Leeds Bradford. Here is Fisher in, bowls to Proctor. Appeal for LBW as he's whipping that away, or attempting to whip it away through the leg side. Not out, says umpire Chris Watts. Those of us with a penchant for civil aviation It's an absolute dream world here at the press box at Headingley, where you get to see all the planes going in and coming out, and look on the apps and find out where they're going if you're particularly sad.
3:48 from
calling it crew. Here's Fisher in, bowls to Proctor, who's just getting on top of the bounce, nudges it into the onside, and there's no run fielded in there by, let's see what is in there actually. I think it's again, it's somebody maybe wearing Johnny Bairstow's jumper.
In front of square?
Yeah, he's also got 20. He's
James
also
Wharton.
James Wharton. He's supposed to be 23, and I think he's got 21 anyway. Sun is back with us, which is pleasing. Here's Fisher in, bowls very full and driven by Proctor, hard into the ground, and fielded by Matt Fisher on the bounce, and there's no run. Northamptonshire haven't won a championship match here at Headingley since 1990. When Alan Fordham and Alan Lamb both made double hundreds, put on 393, which was then a county record for all wickets. It has been broken since. So they're overdue, it's probably fair to say. Here's Fisher in, bowls, and Proctor in line, just dropping a dead bat on it, rolls back down the pitch, and Matt Fisher fields, no run. Wickets were shared on that occasion by 4 half-decent seam bowlers in Kirtley Ambrose, Greg Thomas, David Capel and Mark Robinson, shortly before Mark came back up here to play at Yorkshire, now of course coach at Warwickshire. And here's Fisher, running into bowl to Proctor, who's taken on the pad as he again shapes to play it into the leg side. Wharton fields, and that's the end of another tight, tidy over from Matt Fisher. Northamptonshire remain on 2 for 1. Both those runs to Luke Proctor. Krish Patel still looking for his first run in first-class cricket. You're burrowing there.
I am, yeah, because you never find in the record books what you want, can you, at a stroke, and the headings in the front are never what you want them to be either. Apologies, folks, if you did experience a loss of line for a minute or two there, but I'm told that we are fully back operational on the BBC Sport website and app, and Ben Code is bowling here to Krish Patel, who gets solidly behind that, and there is no run. Andrew Rad of BBC Radio Northampton, myself, Jonathan Doidge. We also have former Northern Diamonds player Katie Levick. The first time I think that's been said on a BBC radio station, and David Townsend. Katie Levick, who of course has taken more wickets in domestic cricket than anybody since Eve, I think, and possibly including her. 2 for 1. Code passes umpire Hassan Adnan. It's short, out of character for Ben Code to bowl it fairly loosely wide of off stump, and he's been dealt with. And Patel off the mark with a 4 through extra cover. Johnny Tattersall might for a moment, for a stride or two, have thought, shall I slide for this? No, I don't think injury is worth risking, because it will be fairly skiddy, I would think, out to that corner of the ground. Remember, Matthew Fisher did actually get injured, his ankle, sliding for a ball near the boundary in a match here in that first raft of games earlier in the season.
Lovely way to get off the mark on debut.
Here comes Code again. Just that back foot might be causing him a slight issue, and there's plenty of sawdust gone down, and he's bowled that one, well, to counter the short one wide of off stump. It's full on a leg stump and been flicked away to the Western Terrace boundary for 4, and immediately skipper Tattersall goes to collect some more sawdust, and I think they might need a larger pile of that to get through these 40 overs at the rate it's been used so far, and he's going to put even more down on that Ben Code back foot area. So 10 for 1 all of a sudden. Code's figures with a real hole in them now. 1 for 9. Oh, good delivery. Oh, that's a beauty. and Patel playing down one line, and the ball taking another course.
I know Northamptonshire conscious of the fact that it is throwing him slightly into the lion's den against Ben Code and Matt Fisher at Headingley, but I think they're just quite keen to see what Krish Patel has got, aged 18.
Here's Code, and that's pushed into the offside by Patel. And Talasol does the fielding, and again no run. So one left in the fifth here. Yorkshire won the toss, decided to field first in case you're joining us more recently and wondered what the crack was in that respect. Just one change to the Yorkshire side from last week's win against Glamorgan. A couple of changes for Northamptonshire, one of which is out there batting at the moment in the form of Krish Patel. And Code coming into bowl to him now for the final time in this over. That's a good delivery again, and absolutely beats him all ends up. He can be forgiven for being beaten all ends up on a green seamer by Ben Code on your debut, I think, at Headingley.
Exactly, that's what I say. That I think they're well aware that it's as tests go, examinations go. It's a pretty stiff one, but I think he's got something, and well, I'll be interested just to see how he shapes up on debut. Proctor, of course, all the experience in the world, and rest assured he would love, dearly love, to make an impact in this game against the Yorkies, as he calls them. First ball of the new over from Fisher is played up to mid-on by Proctor, and there's no run.
I said green seamer, actually. He certainly looked at it when I went down on Wednesday and had a look at first hand, but from this distance with a bit of sunshine on it, it always sort of changes that appearance, but I think you'd have to say there is a definite green tinge about things.
Yes, and a good toss to win, but Northamptonshire can just try and weather the new ball. Easier said than done. 4 slips in, just waiting for an edge, and Fisher running into bowl to Proctor. The big appeal for LBW again, probably just swinging down the leg side as Proctor's trying to whip it away, not for the first time through the leg side. It just takes him on the pad, and they come through for a leg by. Proctor probably feeling missed out a bit there. 11 for 1 it is. Proctor, of course, made 100 against Yorkshire, and the two sides met at Wantage Road way back. Good game of cricket that was, especially boiled up into the last afternoon, with Northamptonshire chasing what appeared quite a stiff target. Here's Fisher into bowl to Patel outside the off stump, and he leaves well alone.
Yeah, for a while. There was a moment, wasn't there, for what, 30 minutes or so, where you thought, do you know what? Well, I'm not going to be so far from this.
There's Vasconcelos and Karen Naya batting together, and they certainly were just about up with the rate, but I think it was always going to be the case that if one of those went, it was then going to be difficult to sustain, and so it proved. But Vasconcelos batted right through, took Northamptonshire to safety. And Proctor made 100 in the first innings, which was his first 100 as Northamptonshire captain, which I know meant a lot to him. Here's Fisher in and bowls, and edged by Patel, just wide of fourth slip. There is no third man, and it runs away for 4. So Krish Patel has opened his first-class career for Northamptonshire with 3 boundaries, 2 of them authentic strokes, that rather less so. But somebody is going to be on to me in a minute. When was the last time somebody scored their first 12 runs for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket in boundaries? I don't know. I probably won't spend all evening trying to work it out.
No, you will. You absolutely will.
You know me too well, Deutsch. 15 for 1. Patel is 12 and facing this next ball from Matt Fisher outside the off stump. Good leave from the young man.
But you see, how will you know, when you go back through all those records this evening, how will you know that all 3 of those 4s were boundaries and not all run 4s?
Well, you won't. You won't. That's the trouble.
So you'll never actually know. So you're going to lose sleep about that tonight now.
Well, fortunately, I'm in a nice quiet corner of Leeds where I'm staying, so well, it'll give me something to do. But yeah, promising start. Here is Patel facing Fisher, and again, it's an absolute jaffa from Fisher. I'm not quite sure how you play that. It seemed away. good carry as well. It beat the forward defensive stroke of Krish Patel. Settles in the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. 15 for 1 at the end of the 6th over. Proctor is 2, Patel is 12. Northamptonshire having been put into bat, and if you're just joining us, losing the wicket of Gus Miller, caught by George Hill at first slip off Ben Code without scoring, putting Ben Code on 299 career wickets.
Yeah, the ground staff as ever hanging on to our every word down in the hut beneath. I'm sure when they hear this, they will send me up the boundary measurements for this match. Oh, good delivery from Code. Could this be it? Oh, must have been pretty close, that. Hassan Adnan gesticulating with his right hand as if to suggest that was missing off stump, I think. Hands on heads in the slip cordon. Hands on head from Ben Code as well.
Worth a shout. Seen the replay. Worth a shout.
Yeah. It looked like a useful delivery. 15 for 1. Proctor on 2. Code starting to get going now. In his 4th over, he's in round the wicket, and Proctor turning this one into the leg side for James Wharton to skip in and field. And there is no run. End of term feel in some respects, but this time, for the first time in a couple of seasons, there's something to play for. 2 years ago it was to try and avoid relegation. Didn't manage, unfortunately, to beat the drop after those Liam Norwell heroics the day after for Warwickshire. This time around trying to get back up there. Here's Code in again, flicked off the legs by Proctor. Fisher is making his way around from long leg, and they get back for a couple. Proctor moving on to 4, 17 for 1.
Proctor's also signed a new 2-year contract with Northamptonshire to keep him at Wantage Road until at least the end of 2026, and I know that's something that's delighted, I think, most supporters. I think he's regarded as being one of the real linchpins of the Championship side, and good that he's staying put.
Code in again, and Proctor just dropping this one into his pads. Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it, when those sort of announcements are being made, and one or two other ones as well.
Well, yes, this is true. It's funny the way things come full circle, though, in a professional cricketer's career, because Luke Proctor came to Northamptonshire on loan from Lancashire back in 2017, and finished up open the batting because there was really nobody else, did well, and got his first contract largely on the basis of that.
Code in again, it's turned into the leg side this time.
And now 7 years on, he finds himself doing it again for slightly different reasons. Ricardo Vasconcelos has been struggling with various injuries, and of course Emilio Gay has moved up to Durham. So Northamptonshire at the moment with this, I hesitate to call it a makeshift opening pair, but a new opening pair of Miller and Proctor.
Sound like a steakhouse. As Code is in, that's turned into the leg side by the Proctor part of that company, and there is no run. 7 overs into this final Championship match, number 14 of the 2024 season. Northamptonshire 17 for 1, with Yorkshire chasing promotion.
Justin Broad did open in the first couple of matches of the season for Northamptonshire when Ricardo Vasconcelos wasn't available, but he's had a very strong finish to the season with the ball in particular. Of course, notably his 7 for 33 against Gloucestershire at Bristol in a match that was abandoned just after tea on the first day because of the condition of the pitch. Here's Fisher starting his 4th over, in and bowls to Patel, who's nicely in behind that, punches it back down the ground. Fisher fields, and there's no run. Plenty of blue sky around, not quite as much as there was first thing this morning. Unfortunately, we just had that shower came across the ground around about 9:15, and it sort of put us back quite a distance. Quite a brief but a heavy shower The hopes of getting underway this morning were dashed. Play starting at 3:30. Here's Fisher in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Krish Patel. Northamptonshire naming 2 other young cricketers who've been awarded rookie contracts in the squad for this match. I don't think they were ever likely to play, but I think it's a sort of a bit of a symbolic thing, really, give them a little bit of taste of first team experience within the squad. That's Adi Sharma and Harush Bushaik, who will be on the professional staff next season. Here's Fisher as the sun comes out again, wide, half volley and slapped away by Krish Patel, past point for 4. His 4th boundary, 16 to him, 21 for 1.
Yeah,
he doesn't hold back, does he?
No, that was an impressive strike. Up the face, got plenty on it. Matthew Fisher, well, of course, it's those sad goodbye moments as far as he's concerned. His final game for Yorkshire here at Headingley, and he'll want to leave on a good note, I'm sure, from a personal point of view, as well as being part of a team that he's hoping will be promoted.
Heading down to that London, isn't he? So I'm told.
Apparently so.
Here's Fisher in and bowls to Patel outside the off stump. Patel leaves it alone. You see coming in opposite directions with Krish Patel having started his career down at Surrey, coming up to Northamptonshire. Well, I think that one of the last players that Northamptonshire picked up as a young batter from Surrey proved to be a half-decent player, one David Sales. Arguably one of the best English batters not to have won a Test cap. Here's Fisher in and bowls and beats Patel. Plays it slightly on the walk. Goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Of course, David's son James playing in the side now. Earlier in the season, when James made his first Championship 100 for Northamptonshire, that was against Middlesex. The second instance of fathers and sons scoring first-class hundreds for Northamptonshire. David and James Sales following Peter and David Willey. Here's Fisher. In again to bowl to Patel, who once again drives a full-length ball away through the covers for 4. There's a gap there, obviously inviting the drive. And Patel doesn't need a second invitation. And that's 2 boundaries in the over, 5 boundaries in his 20 not out. His first runs in first-class cricket. And Northamptonshire at the end of the over are 25 for 1. And on that cheery note for Northamptonshire supporters, I will leave you for half an hour, and Katie Levitt will come in and replace me.
Nobody could replace you, runners. So, Ben Code, Kirkstall Lane End. 4 slips in place. And coming in past umpire Hassan Adnan round the wicket now. That's flicked off the hip by Luke Proctor. Down to Fisher, who will field, and they pick up another single. I hate to say it, it's fine at the moment, but you just get that feeling with grey tinged cloud overhead that the full 40 overs today, you'd have to question or not whether they're going to get through them. But they're out there at the moment. There's the option, of course, of putting the floodlights on, which they haven't done yet, I hasten to add. So Krish Patel on strike. Afternoon, Lev.
Good afternoon, Doiji.
He's put up with some stick at the back of the box. I'll doubtless get some more back in the next 30 minutes. Code over the wicket. But this one just jagging away slightly down the leg side. And Patel watching it go by. 26 for 1. If you're joining us more recently, Gus Miller, the wicket to have fallen caught first slip by George Hill off Ben Code without scoring. All right.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, this, hasn't it?
Yeah. Katie Levick, our weather curse, really, down the years of her commentary career. She's missed more deliveries due to the weather than she's called, I think, in the past. Code in, that's flicked off the legs by Patel, down to Fisher coming in again from long leg. And they pick up 1 run. We'll talk more about your future and that cracking night the other night as well at the Queen's Hotel in a minute, but let's just see if Ben Code can bring up this landmark with his next 3 deliveries. So Luke Proctor back on strike. And in comes Code once again. Wide on the crease, turns his opponent slightly, but he played it pretty well, given there was clearly a bit of nip about that. He's run it down towards third man for a couple. So 29 for 1. Managed to recover, have you, from Monday night?
I was thankful for a full day's rain yesterday. At my age now, I need it.
Code to Proctor once again, throws it up there to be driven, and the invitation accepted. Just a bit too wide this time from Ben. Opened the face and running out backward a point for 4. Okay, want to tell us more?
If I could remember any more, I would tell you more, but...
Were you leading the Diamonds astray and around the centre of Leeds at the same time?
Well, I am in the leadership group, so I like to take that role seriously on all aspects of the job. But we had to, as you know, from that night, I had to deliver a speech for our captain, Holly Armitage, so I was very reserved until then. I had a job to do, and then after that, celebrate the Diamonds well.
Final ball of the 9th, and it's Code to Proctor, and flicking again off the legs this time, down to Fisher, and he'll pick up a single, so 34 for 1 after 9 overs. There was a lot of emotions and a lot of fun as well. I think what really came through from my point of view, you know, as somebody who comes to watch you but not part of that inner sanctum, was the kind of respect that you got for each other as people in the last few years, and that there was a real togetherness feel about the whole thing, and a sadness that it was coming to an end.
Yeah, it's, you know, we like to refer to it as a family, and I think we've been incredibly lucky to play cricket with each other for these last 4 years. Call Headingley and Durham our home, and unfortunately that's to come to an end, but I think it's for the benefit of women's cricket, so it's exciting but also tinged with sadness.
I'll let you do this over if you like.
As Fisher's in and bowls, and he's just pushed just wide of mid-off for 1 run.
Yeah, I did think, I mean, I said to you on the night, and I'll say it again, you know, I thought your speech was really good. Measured it right, that you didn't get all, you know, there were no tears running down cheeks and all of that, but it was one of those that took you, you know, close to that. You could feel that. And again, that, you know, just sort of respect between 2 or more fellow professionals. So I thought you judged that really well.
Well, thanks very much. Fisher's in once more, playing a miss just outside off stump. Lovely bit of shape there as it goes through to the keeper, Bairstow. Yeah, it's never easy when you have to sort of honour your teammates. I always find you want to try and give them the respect they deserve, and I was lucky to be able to present Holly Armitage with her 50th cap and for the Northern Diamonds, and it's a proud achievement we've had representing them for the last few years, so I wanted to make sure I did it correctly, but enjoyed the part after I'd finished delivering my speech more. We've got Matty Fisher at the top of his mark once more, coming in towards the umpire. Bowls it a bit too full. Patel on the front foot just pushes it into the point region for no run.
Yeah, well, Luxton back in the side doing the fielding with 68 on his back. Yeah, Holly, proper cricketer, and I guess, you know, you're both going to the same place, so you'll get more of that, and you'll be looking forward to that. But there's got to be a large chunk of sadness as well about what's happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Fisher's in once more, playing a miss from Patel. Great delivery. It's out of the bag now. Myself and Holly are both going up to Durham start of next season. Obviously, we've both played all of our cricket at Yorkshire, and we're really proud. Yorkshire girls always love representing the White Rose and then the Northern Diamonds in recent years, but it's a new challenge. excited for, but it'll be very sad to say bye to this place as my home and my office for the last few years. Fish once more comes in, past the umpire, bowls it, and on the front foot Patel just drives it to the point, no run. But he looks confident so far that if there's any width he's going to have a go at it. It's such an interesting game where Yorkshire obviously playing for bonus points and they're desperate to get them in on a day where it's been rain affected, but it's also important to remember it is still a Headingley wicket and there's runs to be had out there.
And you can see immediately from Fish, who's only bowled nearly the end of his 5th over here already in his follow through, the heavy marks on the pitch which tell you that there is a fair bit of moisture out there even when it's been covered.
Yep, and in he comes again once more. This time Patel's able to leave it just outside off stump for no run. Fisher finishes his over. 5 overs so far, none for 14. Yeah, as you've seen from the other end, Ben Curd seems to be struggling quite a bit with the run-up. Lots of sawdust going down, lots of puffs of sawdust if he hits it just in the wrong place, and you can see he just got a thought in his mind each delivery.
Yeah, so although you'd say it's definitely got a bowling feel about the session, actually getting to the wicket to deliver it might not be quite as smooth a process as you would like as a bowler. And Ben Code is having a breather after his first 5. Picked up that wicket, and Jordan Thompson is going to have a go from this Kirkstall Lane end. Happy to see the sun shining once again as he comes in now to bowl to Luke Proctor, who's working one, as he's done on several occasions, down to Matthew Fisher. Just had to get the hurry up on there. Proctor's just been happy to turn it down there and jog through for 1 previously, but he put some pressure on Fish this time and he managed to keep him to 1. Just have a quick look at what else, if anything, is happening elsewhere. And the game's advancing at Taunton between Somerset and Hampshire. Somerset 136, Hampshire 196 all out, and Somerset 36 for 2 in response. That Division 1 match as Thompson's in, and Patel pulling his bat inside the line there. Still no play obviously in that match between Durham and Kent. Too cold and wet in the northeast, as Leb's about to experience of course next season. No play either, as I'm sure you're all aware, at Hove today. Vital match for Yorkshire in the promotion race. Sussex top of the table, and you think about to lift the Division 2 title, and Middlesex of course still within catching distance of Yorkshire at this stage. Essex 116 for 1, and they're going to they've abandoned for the day, and they're going to look again to start tomorrow with a half tenner, as that's wide of off stump. No run, can't read the screen in front of me. Worcestershire 119 for 7, having been put in by Lancashire, but no more play today there. Glamorgan and Gloucestershire is in play, 198 for 2 after 46 overs at Sophia Gardens. And of course there was no play, that was abandoned almost at the alarm call this morning. Leicestershire and Derbyshire at Grace Road. Thompson in again, wide of off stump, and Patel leaving. Flip Gordon just been reduced by 1 in this over. Don Bess, who was at 4th, coming out to mid-wicket. Luxton at point, Wharton, tall figure of James Wharton in the covers. Ben Code's gone in at mid-off, and Tattersall shuffled himself round to mid-on as Thompson's in again. This one nipping quite markedly through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. No run. I mentioned earlier that cap presentation made yesterday to George Hill by Johnny, and you really could see the sort of emotion in Johnny's eyes as he was pacing back up and down the room doing the speech. And those are not sort of things that non-players get to see close up very often, so it was a really lovely thing to be able to witness as Thompson's in again, definite swing away from the right-hander, but Patel was able to cover that, open the face slightly and get it down to 3rd man, And they'll get through for 3. End of Thompson's first over then. He's gone for 4 within it. 11 overs gone. 39 for 1, Northampton.
Yeah, that cap presentation was great to witness, wasn't it? But we both got an invite to come down and have a watch whilst it was raining and no play. And I've been involved in cap presentations myself a few times, but it was really great to see one from the men's side, and one, especially one that's as momentous as Yorkshire. You know, not everyone gets a cap, and even as a female player, I grew up knowing how important those are, and you could see it was just a really special moment.
A note for you as well. Getting notes sent up from the ground staff now, saying say thanks to Lev and the Diamonds. We'll miss them. Richard Robinson.
Oh, Robbo, he's going to make me cry again. He's done that a few times in the last week or so since we've wrapped up as a Diamond squad.
That's just preparing pitches where you know you could have taken 7 for and you've only got 4 for.
No, he's made me cry because he keeps making really nice batting tracks, and it's a tough old job as a leggy.
Which is what I was trying to say, I guess. Yeah. You've done all right.
I tried my best. Fisher just gets sent back to the top of his mark. He turns, it's in past the umpire. Balls and an excited cheer from the slip cordon, but I think it was more an excitement at a full shot more than anything. As Patel has looked to play everything so far. He's not been shying away.
You've got one guess as to who in the slip cordon yelped.
I mean, I'd always go for Lythy.
Yeah.
Keeps himself entertained, doesn't he, if anyone else? But he also gets the Headingley crowd going, and there's quite a few in here today who've persevered despite the 3:30 start time. It's good to see, and they'll be desperate to see more Yorkshire wickets, and that first point on the board as Fisher's turns and is in once more. And a flashing cover drive from Patel, a diving stop at the point. It seems to have got a good full hand on that. Looks like it's hurt him as well. It can't be warm out there, but it's definitely stopped 4 runs. They just run through for the single.
Yeah, good piece of fielding. As soon as he made contact, he was checking that he still had 4 fingers and a thumb in place on his right hand, Will Luxton. I think he might still be doing the same.
Yeah, don't envy them at all having to go out in field this late afternoon. It is a brisk breeze out there. It's a chilly September day. Fisher once more coming in. Bowls it just full on off stump, and Proctor's able to drive it through the vacant extra cover region. Fielder gives chase, and they come back for 2, looking for a third, but decide against it.
Yeah, good chase. Nicely played along the deck as well.
Yeah, measured start from Proctor so far. He moves to 16 with that 2 he's just picked up. It's not been easy so far for the Yorkshire bowlers. They've got to be really on the money to get anything out of this wicket. As Fisher is in once more, he's at the crease, he delivers just on off stump. It's pushed back towards him by Proctor.
Very bright in the box here. If you had any wish for next season, it'd be that they could repair the blind just to our right.
I'm sure the powers that be that are listening are the ones, so we could just keep mentioning it for the next 3 days. Could be my parting gift to you, actually, Doichi. So Fisher's in once more, bowls, and Proctor just pushes it back to him.
Luke Proctor, highest of 144 not out, averaging 38.15 in his career to date.
Is that the air ambulance, Doichi? Just circling up to our right?
It's either that or Barrett's. I think I can see Ted Moult down at ground level.
Fisher's in and balls once more, and Proctor drives it up towards mid-on region. Could be for Luxton, to be fair. It looked like he lost a finger in that last cover drive from Patel as Fisher finishes his over.
Yeah, sorry, my cultural reference there, it would have been, far too young for that, I'm afraid. I do apologise for that. These two are laughing at the back of the box. There used to be an advert on telly, and it was all about double glazing, and I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but basically a bloke dropped a feather, and to prove that the double glazing was good, they had a helicopter flying by. That was the gist of it.
Sounds a good one.
You'll sleep tonight, won't you? Jordan Thompson turns at the Kirkstall Lane end for the first ball of this, the 13th over. Bring in DT in about a quarter of an hour after the other side of an update I've got to do. And Radders will be back in as well, as Jordan Thompson is in and bowling there. That one punched quite firmly by Patel to Ben Code. In the offside, no run. Still got, officially got 27 overs and 5 balls remaining today, but you sort of feel that if that sun disappears behind cloud, it might be difficult to get them in another hour or so. Oh, good delivery from Code here. Patel pushing down the original line. Jordan's been getting it to both nip a little bit and swing in his first few deliveries. Trying to get things going. Of course, final chapter in the Otis Gibson story as the Yorkshire head coach here. But players will be keen to impress the next man in, I guess, and this is one last opportunity on the field this season to do that. There's wide of off stump, and Patel just watches it go by with a bit of disdain, really. A few stewards around. Still good to see, good to hear that they were doing their job yesterday. Apparently people were still being asked for the passes when there was no chance of any play going around the various parts of the ground. Always makes me giggle. As in comes Thompson, it's wide of off stump and going further away through to the gloves of Bairstow.
Well, I can confirm the stewards do a thorough job, as I came to the ODI the other week and I was at the gate for a good half an hour. I couldn't get in. I had my name on the gate, awkwardly having a chat with the steward with a picture of my face over his shoulder, and no, they weren't having it. I had to go and get a member of staff to prove who I was.
You can't believe it, can you? I mean, that's, yeah, bizarre. As Thompson's in again and Patel opens the face and pushes into the offside, no run. Did you? I hope you did try the "Do you know who I am"?
I didn't have it in me. I was very close to getting Wikipedia up, but then I bottled it.
You see that massive mural over there?
Didn't recognise me. I think it's I changed my hair, so I think that was it.
Right, okay. Here comes Jordan again. Hassan Adnan standing at this Kirkstall Lane end, and again evidence of some swing and driven on the half volley to Don Bess in the covers, and there is no run to complete the 13th at 42 for 1. He did well, really, to keep it together if that was the case.
Yeah, I was almost too embarrassed to stay. I was going to give up and just go home, but luckily I know enough Yorkshire staff that I managed to get in the ground. I wasn't just chancing it.
I mean, if I'd got as many wickets as you, I think I might have just started listing them all, you know. Whoever. I've got all of them. Do you want any more proof? That was 250. My 300th was...
They might have confused me for Eve, you know, the one I just overtaken for the record, as he said earlier.
Now, Ben Cody's going to come back on at the Howard stand then, so if you don't mind, I will just in case, I'll take this. Didn't think it'd be too long before we saw him again, but maybe just a foot issue at this end. So in comes Code. First delivery of the over to Proctor is stroked into the offside and fielded by Jordan Thompson. I'm giggling. He's actually now, I hope he's okay, he's stretching just the hamstring there, and that was evidence that it is pretty slippy out there, and he's got a big green mark on his backside as a result. He's a tough old character, Jordan Thompson, so you can bet that has hurt. And hopefully he will be okay to continue and bowl. 42 for 1 as Code comes into Proctor again. This time Luke just dropping into the offside for Bess to field.
He still doesn't look comfortable. Thompson is still stretching over at mid-off. I think Johnny Tattersall was given a big impassioned plea to get out on the field today, but it is soft and you can understand why the umpires kept him off for so long. Lots of sawdust around, lots of gingerly movements from the fielders and bowlers.
I don't think there's any rain forecast for overnight, so hopefully that will allow things to dry out a fair bit more before Saturday's play, which was always forecast to be the best of the 4 days. Proctor turning a ball from Code backward of square leg for a single. So hopefully we'll get plenty of cricket in tomorrow. We've got a lot of time to make up, and then Sunday I think is a little bit iffy again. But I mean, with your record, any commentary team who managed to get at least 1 full day's playing when you're around it, you definitely consider it a bonus. As Code's in. Oh, for a moment it felt like he'd got a top edge on that. I lost it, but fortunately in the covers Johnny Tallisville didn't and did the fielding. So we do have some air traffic passing over. I'll just have to reduce the effect of that, I'm afraid, on the sound effects, otherwise there'll be no cricket breaking out on the commentary. We've lost sight of that, so it must be somewhere overhead, maybe away to our right, away to the western side of the ground. Cody's in, and that's run down towards third man, this time by Patel. Fielded again with a slide onto his backside by James Wharton, and they get 1. Was that part of the deal, part of the Durham deal, is it?
Yeah, that's my
just
ride
got
home.
here a bit early.
Yeah.
So all sorts happening here at Headingley. Just the 1 wicket so far. Code in and bowling to Proctor again, and solidly behind that, and there is no run to complete the 14th over of this one. 44 for 1. A reminder that Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bat first, and 1 change for the hosts. Will Luxton back into the side to replace Dan Moriarty. You'd fancy out there, wouldn't you? Green seamer, bowling your leggies.
Yeah. I wondered if you meant with bat or ball then at first.
Nice short
just
boundary.
to clarify. But
Well, of course, yeah, I'm forgetting that, of course, you were part of a monumental 25-run last wicket partnership with Rachel Slater.
well,
They got you across the line against the South East Stars on this very ground, what, 3 weeks ago?
I know, and I have offered my services as night watchman all year, and I've been rebuffed. As Thompson's in once more, just into the leg side, is worked by Patel. Managed to just shake off his niggle from the previous over when he looked like he just pulled a hamstring fielding a ball. But yeah, I love having bat in hand. I don't get it all that often, but it's nice. I set myself a target this year. I said I wanted to hit 50 for the Diamonds. I just didn't specify in 1 innings. So
No, that's good that you didn't do that.
I managed it over the course of the season.
Yeah, what was it, 52?
As Thompson's in once more, bowls outside off stump, finds the edge, and it's caught by Adam Lyth at second slip. Thompson's been finding that little bit of movement all day away from the bat, and manages to get the wicket of Patel as Northamptonshire 44 for 2, and the Yorkshire crowd are rapturous with that breakthrough.
Yeah, another catch at second slip for Adam Lyth. He's had a good season in that respect, and he's taken some really good ones lately that have not been the easiest. That was maybe just a little bit more routine than some, but you've still got to snaffle them. 26 then for Krish Patel from 41 deliveries, and that included 5 fours, and well, he looks a player of some promise. Not easy to tell, is it, from one knockout there in the middle? But I think you'd have some fun if you watched him play on a regular basis, without any question. And so Jordan Thompson on the board in the wickets column. Yorkshire pick up a second, and of course that means that they're 1 more of those away from the first of those 10 points that they need to absolutely assure a return to Division 1. James Sales next out there for Northants. What day is it today? 27th.
It is, yeah.
The notepad's got a date thing at the top of each corner, and I like to keep an accurate record of what day we're actually doing things, or dates we're actually doing things on. But it doesn't help with accuracy if you can't remember it yourself, can it? Does it? So that was 26 minutes past 4 when the wicket fell, and 2 balls into the 15th over. We'll make a change in the box at the end, probably at the end of this over, and bring Radders back in, and we'll ease the process for when DT comes in for yours truly after my update. James Sales of right hand with bat.
As Thompson is at the top of his mark once more, gets to the crease, delivers it full of ball. Sales just on the front foot, walking towards him a little bit there. Pushes it straight back past the bowler.
334 runs in 6 knocks this season, highest of 135 and averaging 66.8. He officially sits at the top of the Northamptonshire batting averages, actually, with those figures. 2 tons.
Very handy as Thompson gets the top of his mark, turns, running in past the umpire. Delivered it just outside off stump again, and the slips are excited for a moment. Lovely bit of a way swing. It's taken by Bairstow. The Yorkshire slip cordon and the Yorkshire crowd alike happy to see that. Playing a miss.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but somebody was entertained by that. He's definitely getting to shape away quite markedly. Ball swinging and also nibbling around.
Certainly encouraging to see. He has a stride into his step as he gets to the crease once more. Sales pulls out of the shot. I do love that when they try to pretend they were never going for it. Make it look like it was a leave all along, but it's a good ball from Thompson again. Just making him into 2 minds, Sales, early on in his innings.
You'd never do that.
No, I've got a lot of bat on that, I think, and I'm out.
Have you ever left one?
I actually think I did at Durham this year.
Played a leave?
Yeah, we had 30 overs to bat and I was already in, so I thought now is the time. Thompson's in and delivers once more, and this time Sales does leave it just outside off stump. Great over for Thompson. He picks up the wicket. 3 overs so far, 1 for 4, and the Yorkshire crowd there, you can hear appreciative of his efforts to get that breakthrough.
Yep, thanks Lev for now. We'll bring Radders back in. And DT hopefully in the not too distant future, although I kind of would like to be on here if BO code does strike. I'm expecting a BBC Radio Leeds update at around about 4:33, so stand by for me speaking to somebody else, folks. Ben Code just in conjunction with Jordan Thompson, maybe a bit of intelligence from Tomo from something he's spotted. Luke Proctor on 17 is on strike. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth second, both with hands in pockets, as is Finlay Bean at third. He's just been moved out wider though, more like a 4th slip. And Code round the wicket. Proctor dropping into the leg side, there's no run, as you might expect. And my colleague will hopefully corroborate. It feels like there is not a lot of pace in the pitch. Soft back end of season. Matthew Fisher, with his natural pace, made it feel like it was a bit quicker when he was on at the Howard stand end.
Do also have the lights on now.
Afternoon, Toby and everyone. Yeah, Ben Code running in from the Howard stand end at the moment, on the verge of a 300th first-class wicket. He got 299 as the first wicket of the afternoon when Gus Miller was caught by George Hill at first slip without scoring. Since then, Krish Patel has been nicely caught by Adam Lyth at second slip off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 26. And at the moment, Northamptonshire 44 for 2. Remember, Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bowl first. One change in the side today from the one that beat Glamorgan in Cardiff last week. Will Luxton back in for Dan Moriarty. They're scheduled to play 40 overs today after a much delayed start to this match because of rain and a wet outfield. And Yorkshire, well, they're 1 wicket away from taking their first point in this match. They need 10 to be absolutely certain of promotion back to Division 1. They may need fewer than 10, depending upon what happens in the match between Sussex and Middlesex down at Hove. And they haven't played on either days 1 all 2. Northamptonshire 44 for 2 in the 16th over here at Headingley. So here comes Coding again. Proctor dropping one backward of square leg once again, and Wharton comes in to flick that back in to Johnny Tattersall, and there's no run. Sorry, there's one run I should say, 45 for 2, and Proctor moving on to 18. The floodlights have just moved into operation here. Welcome back, Radders.
Thank you very much, Doige. You can already see it just casting a little bit of a shadow as the umpires and fielders go to their positions.
Here's Code again, this time to Sales, who's turning that one into the leg side. Don Bess does the fielding. Will Luxton has been dispatched away to our left. He'd be a good 10 yards or so in from the long leg boundary. Northeast corner of the ground. Still 3 slips and otherwise a ring field. And in comes Code once again over the wicket. Was nudged, tickled around the corner by Sales. Picks up a single to complete the 16th over at 46 for 2, and just saying when he walked in there, James Sales is obviously had a bit of an impact.
He has, yes. I mean, he's had an extraordinary season. He made a century early on against Middlesex in one of those high-scoring Kookaburra matches early doors, and that was his first Championship 100, and I think all Northamptonshire supporters were thinking, right, you know, we're really going to see the best of James Sales. And then after, I think, one more match, he disappeared from the first team for 3 months, resurfaced in a 50-over game against Middlesex at Radlett. He's about to face his next ball from Jordan Thompson. Start of a fresh over, and forward goes Sales, plays it out to extra cover, and there's no run. And then when the change of coach came around, he was back in the side, put up to number 4 against Derbyshire, made 23 and 40 in a low-scoring game, and then in the next match against Leicestershire, a career best 135. So yes, he's in a bit of nick. As Thompson comes in and bowls to him outside the off stump, left alone by James Sales. His mum and dad were there when he got his 100 against Leicestershire. Hiding, he said. He also said that his dad did comment that it was a poor shot he got out to after he got 135. Had a bit of a swing, which is fair enough because they were actually looking to sort of press on and get Leicestershire in again. Had a bit of a swing at Ian Holland, missed and was bowled, but David wasn't impressed apparently. Here's Thompson in, bowls outside the off stump again, left alone by James Sales into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, it remains to be seen how many of these overs we will get in. There's a lot more cloud around now. The floodlights are on, but we've probably still got another, what, hour and a half potentially. 23 overs. Thompson turns down below us and runs into bowl to James Sales, who steers it away wide of third slip. There is no third man, and James Sales will pick up a boundary. He goes to 5, and it brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. 50 for 2 after being put into bat. Has a chat with his captain. So Sales now finds himself averaging nearly 67 in the Championship this year. A couple of hundreds. Hasn't bowled very much because he came into the side pretty much as an all-rounder, but I think many people have felt that he would be, if you like, a batting all-rounder. With his bowling might be a useful little sideline. But Northamptonshire with 3 young all-rounders, and James Sales, Gus Miller and Justin Broad. As Thompson is in, bowls very full on leg stump, and Sales turns it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And I think all 3 are regarded as being central figures as Northamptonshire look to reset with, one assumes, a new head coach appointed for the start of next year. Whether it's an internal promotion or whether they bring someone else in remains to be seen. Here's Thompson in again. Again bowling full, giving the ball a chance to swing, but Sales drives it back down the pitch for Thompson to field off his own bowling, and that's the end of the over. 50 for 2, with 18 to Proctor, 5 to Sales. Northamptonshire having lost Gus Miller for naught, and Krish Patel on debut, having opened his account with 5 boundaries, was eventually out for 26.
So Code's going to continue at the Howard stand end of the ground. Bit of a catch-up between the two batters and a bit more gardening as well. Things look a little heavier underfoot at the Howard stand end, but maybe that's just Matthew Fisher by comparison to the other two bowlers that have been used so far. And Code coming in now to Proctor, who's just a little bit early on that, in looking to play it to the leg side. Bit of a leading edge back towards Ben. No run. Finley Bean has reassumed that position, more like gully than slip, with 2 slips, Hill and Lythe. Brightened up naturally as well as with some assistance from the floodlights, but there is some shadowing out there as Code's in again, and Proctor, who's looked despite these conditions pretty much assured throughout the 70 minutes he's been out there already. 39 balls he's faced for his 18. Just the 1 boundary. Certainly likes to take the straight one and flick it away back at a square leg.
Oh yes, wouldn't mind a crisp 5er for every time I've seen that this season. Could retire.
Code in again, round the wicket. Proctor gets a ball short of length and strokes it nicely between gully and point, and it's the latter, Will Luxton, who chases, and they get back for 2.
Well, I know it's one of these slightly academic things, but Proctor now 2 away from becoming Northamptonshire's highest run scorer in the championship this year. Emilio Gay was on 919 when he basically wasn't going to play for Northamptonshire again, and has subsequently gone up to Durham for the last 2 games on loan. Proctor's 1 shy of that total at the moment.
Code to Proctor, who's driving at this delivery. Jordan Thompson coming into play at mid-off. So 52 for 2. Proctor 20. Sales on 5. Gus Miller without scoring, and Krish Patel on with 26. The wickets falling to Code and Thompson respectively. And here is Yorkshire's opening bowler in once again. Angled in from round the wicket, but wide of off stump, and Proctor leaves a ball that just holds its line.
Talking of milestones, Ben Sanderson going past 400 first-class wickets in the previous match, and now on 394 for Northamptonshire. So if he wants to have a decent game here, could get up to 400 for Northamptonshire, which would be only the 30th time that's happened.
His Code. Attempt at flicking off the legs by Proctor down in that fruitful area for him, but he misses for a change. 18 overs gone then. Code 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26, and it's 52 for 2 with 22 remaining.
And if you look at across all formats for Northamptonshire, Ben Sanderson now on 549, so he's well inside the top 20 of all-time wicket takers across all formats for Northamptonshire. What a good bit of business that was when Northamptonshire snapped him up. I was hoping we might get a chat to Kevin Sharp at some point in this match, because he was, when he was at Worcestershire, was partly instrumental in Ben Sanderson coming to Northamptonshire. 3 slips in as Thompson starts a fresh over to Sales, and it's very full, and it's driven nicely by James Sales, but straight to mid-off. Can't get it past Johnny Tattersall, and there's no run. The sun tries to come back out again.
We were to have a visitation from said former Yorkshire player, Kevin Sharp, but unfortunately in the end couldn't make it up to date. But if he's listening, watching, hope you're well, Kev.
Here's Thompson. In and bowled on leg stump and clipped away by Sales. Just a single. Good diving stop at mid-on, which gets applause from the crowd, and also a very large grass stain on his backside. One more to Sales, he goes to 6, and that's 53 for 2 Northamptonshire. Yeah, Ben Sanderson creeping up the all-time list of wicket takers for Northamptonshire. And next in his sights in terms of all formats is former England fast bowler David Larter. He's about 10 behind him, so may have to wait until next season for that. Thompson in, bowls to Proctor, who clips it away out to mid-wicket. Good tumbling stop. Cuts off any possibility of a single. Will Luxton, the fielder, in there as another large airliner comes out of Leeds Bradford Airport.
Several correspondents telling me that was a police helicopter, apparently.
Oh, right, okay. You weren't parked illegally, were you, I hope?
Probably.
Here's Thompson. And again, and bowls very full to Proctor, who tries to drive, doesn't time it, goes off a thick inside edge off his pad, rolls out into the offside. And there's no run. We've got bright sunshine now, but as we were saying, sunset in about 2 hours' time, so the shadow's starting to get quite long. Floodlights superfluous at the moment, but as you were saying earlier, Doige, if we does get sun going behind cloud, then the light might be an issue a little later, despite the floodlights. Here's Thompson in bowls, and that's clipped away by Proctor, just straight onto leg stump, and meat and drink for the Northamptonshire captain, who clips it away down to fine leg for another boundary. He goes to 24, Northamptonshire 57 for 2, and that makes Luke Proctor now Northamptonshire's leading run scorer in the championship this season.
Well done, Prockers.
Well, I say he's a good man, Luke, and in the previous match he was, by his standards, almost skittish. It was in there at the end when Northamptonshire beat Leicestershire, 50 off 57 balls, which by Luke's standards is fairly brisk. Thompson in, bowls again to Proctor, who leaves it alone outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow. And the end of Jordan Thompson's 5th over. 1 for 13 for him so far, and Northamptonshire 57 for 2, 24 to Proctor, 6 to Sales, and it's raining.
Terrific. It's not going to take much of that, is it?
No, it's not much. It's sort of one of those little drizzly showers. We've got the snappers around the ground will be looking for the rainbow, because we've got bright sunshine, but it is also just raining a little bit. Hopefully it's just going to blow through.
I'm not going to ask you to sing a rainbow. I think hopefully this next over will start promptly.
I think there's enough grief and misery in the world without me singing.
Ben Code, meanwhile, bowling here to James Sales, who's solidly behind this, dropping it into the pitch. And there is no run. I'm sure you'll have been part of some sort of Northamptonshire choral society, no doubt.
No, I don't think so. The last time I sang in public was at a BBC Radio Northampton sort of concert thing, and colleague Martin Heath and I did an extract from the Tom Lehrer songbook, but it wasn't up to much.
Here's Code. That's played out into the offside by Sales. There's no run, so you didn't do an extract from the Paul Newton songbook then, our
no.
BBC Essex colleague, who revealed to us this year, after we'd known him for quite some time, that he'd written, what was it, 9,000 songs, or over 9,000 songs.
Crikey. And never got to Eurovision. Not yet, anyway.
No, never got so much as an appearance on Crackerjack, I don't think, as here is Code, and that's dropped into the offside by Sales, who'll get a single. Firstly, congratulations to Gorgeous George, says Martin Bloomfield in his email, on getting his well-deserved full rose, not bothering to attempt to try and work out all the myriad of permutations during the match. if we're good enough, we'll win promotion, at least with all 4 second division teams enduring the same fate yesterday. We start with a level playing field, and Martin says he's looking forward to some exciting commentary and quality banter in what remains of this match. Not sure we can deliver on either count there, really, but, you know, we try. Code's in round the wicket, and Proctor right in behind that. The sun is behind cloud at the minute, and the rain continues, but they are happy to stay out there, having gone out there.
Well, I was hoping you might do a bit of Jake Thackeray for us, bearing in mind where we are in Leeds, and, the Widow of Brid or something like that. You could have given us a rendition at some point.
I could probably only do the Freddie Truman version of that, or the Eddie Waring version of it. Here comes Code. It's slanting down the leg side, this one, and Bairstow tumbling across to stop it. Melvin Gill. Mel in Barnsley. Afternoon, guys. Nice to finally get some cricket on the radio. Quick question, will Shan Masood return to Yorkshire CCC next year? Well, there's a very good question, Mel, to which I do not know the answer. But the facts are that he's obviously the club captain, and he's played, I think, 8 of the 14 matches this season, as that is dropped into the offside by Code. Sorry, by Proctor, off the bowling of Code. And there was no run to complete the 20th over, so halfway through the day's play at 4:49, and the umpires are pointing in your direction, Radders. I think they're pointing to Lev. She's in the back of the box, and it's raining again. Shall we go off the field, lads?
I think they're worried about the noise coming from up here, I think. No, we're going to carry on. Oh, no, or are we? Umpire Hassan Adnan is most animated about something, and he's pointing to the stand. Whether it's the gap, there's a little bit of a gap in the sight screen down below us. Whether it's something to do with that, I'm not sure.
I think, did you not leave some of your bling down there? And it might be just the sunlight catching it.
Well, you know, it is. It might well be. That's only my teeth. So there's a good deal of waving going on at the moment.
I think Benco's just asking for the building to be moved a little bit to the right.
A bit squarer, please. Yeah. I thought it was like the old, because there used to be that stand that the late great Brian Johnston used to describe as the Chad stand, wasn't it? When people's heads just above the boarding, as Thompson starts a fresh over at length, and Sales is coming right across his stumps, plays it up to Code at mid-on, and there's no run.
You mean the one here?
Yes.
The coconut shine, as they call it.
Yeah. Yes, I remember John used to call it the Chad stand. Sunshine is doing its best to come through, and it looks to me anyway so that rain was hopefully just blown through. I don't think it's raining at the moment. Here is Thompson. In and bowls to Sales, brings him forward, pushes it up towards Tattersall at mid-off, who fields, and there's no run. Thompson now into his 6th over. Seeing just the 3 Yorkshire seamers so far. Ben Code, Matt Fisher and Jordan Thompson. Code and Thompson picking up a wicket apiece. And Tattersall sending a man out now onto the boundary at deep mid-wicket. So whether Thompson might be considering testing out James Sales with a short ball. You can see the wind, it's very sort of blustery out there at the moment, billowing Jordan Thompson's shirt as he runs into bowl to Sales. Again, very full, and Sales drives up to mid-on, where Code fields. And there's no run. There is, of course, a one-day international going on at the moment, reduced to 39 overs a side down at Lord's. England against Australia. And good news for Yorkshire supporters is Harry Brooks going nicely. 176 for 3 England in the 26th over. And Harry Brooks 60 not out off 42 balls. Ben Duckett just out for 63. Thompson running in again to bowl. And that is the short ball, and Sales not to be tempted. Sways out of the way. Good bouncer though. Good line. Taken by Bairstow. Raining down at Taunton, where Somerset will probably be quite glad that it's raining, because they're 54 for 4 in their second innings against Hampshire. They're still 6 runs behind after Hampshire all out for 196. So it could be a bit of a damp squib to end Somerset's championship season. Here's Thompson in, bowls and driven by Sales, but straight to backward point. And there's no run.
On another front, in the world of tennis, the All England Club has been granted planning permission to build 39 new tennis courts on Wimbledon Park. I think it'll now be the All England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales Club on it, with that many courts. A fair bit of land they're using.
39, crumbs. It's a lot of strawberries. Here's Thompson. In again, bowls full toss and clipped away by James Sales. Got what it deserved. Clipped away between the two fielders out on the leg side boundary. Went pretty much square for 4. Sales into double figures, 11 to him, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 62 for 2. And Hassan Adnan is waving somebody to come out on the field. Remember the ground staff, perhaps? But he's most exercised by something or other.
He just wants you to give him how many Northamptonshire batters has he given out LBW. He's just trying to make sure he gets it right for the next appeal.
I thought that was coming. Well, the newly capped George Hill's going to have a trundle. From the far end, Howard stand end. Just looks as though there might be still a little bit of dampness in the air. Frustrating. I must admit, I rather thought that once we got rid of that this morning, that was going to be it, and we hopefully get a uninterrupted run to the rest of the day. We may still, but it's a little threatening.
Here's Hill round the wickets. Interesting move this, because in similar sort of condition, similar feel to the conditions, obviously different surface at Leicester the other week. He was on fire late on in that match to really ram home the win for Yorkshire. First ball went for 1 backward of square, inevitably off the bat of Luke Proctor, who's now 25, 63 for 2. I'll just do this over and then bring you in, DT, as Ben Coates having a rest.
I have to say, as an outsider, I found that the cap ceremony of George Hill, I think, was absolutely superb. It was very moving and beautifully done.
Here he is, and that's punched into the offside. James Wharton with a really good attempt at stopping that cleanly. He's parried it, and they've got 1. It was, yeah. I think, when you follow the team round, you get to know the lads and all the rest of it. People grow on you. As you'll find, feel yourself, I guess, from the Northamptonshire players. And George is a great lad. He's a talented player, and of course he's shown this year. And I think maybe part of that reason that he's received his cap, he's had a bit of a trough with the bat, and he's picked himself off the floor with that and shown that resilience that you look for in a good cricketer, as Proctor leaves 1 wide of off stump. And while that's been going on, and he's not been playing as he would have liked with the bat, let's just put it that way, the bowling has really very nicely looked after itself. And so, if you are an all-round player, if one of those 2 angles is not firing quite so well, then you hope that you can lean on the other one. And he's done that very well, and then sort of re-blossomed with the bat in the closing stages of the season, as that's turned into the leg side by Proctor. And there's no run. He batted particularly well at Lords in that defeat by Middlesex earlier in the season. In the second innings he got 70-ish, 75 I think it was. And he just looked like normal service had been resumed then, and then things were a bit iffy for a while. And he's in again round the wicket. Proctor, oh, he's got him! He's dropped it onto his stumps. Luke Proctor just trying to lay his bat on that one and run it down probably through the 3rd man area, and the change has worked. And where Ben Code couldn't manage to pick up his 300th wicket from the Howard stand end, George Hill has very much filled in the void. 64 for 3, and he picks up his first wicket to just add to those cap recipient celebrations. 25 off 54 for Luke Proctor, including 2 fours, but he will officially go down as being bowled George Hill.
Yep, the change, as you say, doing absolutely the trick as far as Yorkshire were concerned. And the thing that struck me about it was, the history that's behind it. The 192nd Yorkshire player, I think it was, to receive his cap, and the sort of pride that you saw from his family, from all the supporters that were there, and as Katie was saying earlier, it was great that they were given the opportunity to witness it. And dare I say it, it's the sort of pride and history that no franchise can offer. The sort of history and heritage that's behind getting your county cap. I would hope that the likes of Krish Patel, number 556 today, and Fateh Singh 557 for Northamptonshire, and you think of all the people on the planet, and there's only 550 odd that have played first-class cricket for Northamptonshire since 1905. So it's very special. It ought to be very special anyway. And
the annals of cricketing history will record that George Hill's first wicket as a capped Yorkshire player. Luke Proctor.
I'm sure Procky will be dining out on that. Or maybe not.
George Bartlett then, number 14 on his back, in at number 5. Final ball of the over. He's pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. So Yorkshire have a first point of the match. Northamptonshire were given 3 there on the board for a moment. Not quite sure why. But that has been, the board was switched off and back on. Even the scoreboard operators do that, a bit like we do with laptops and things if it doesn't work. And Yorkshire need 9 points as a maximum requirement from this point on if they are going to get back into Division 1 come the end of this match, the end of this season. Time for me to step out for a while.
So 64 for 3. And Matt Fisher is going to replace Jordan Thompson from this pavilion end, coming down the hill. Fisher having picked up no wickets so far. Bowled well in his opening spell though. And he's coming in for a fresh burst at James Sales, and that's first ball is edged by Sales. It was full, it was driven, it took the edge. Third slip diving away to his right. Don't think it quite carried. It's run away for 4, but not where James Sales was intending. Takes Sales to 16 and Northamptonshire to 68 for 3. 17 overs to go in the day's play after this one, assuming we get through with rain, light and everything else. Floodlights on, if you're just joining us. Play getting underway at 3:30 after a long and frustrating delay, borne very patiently by one of the spectators in here today. Here's Fisher in, bowls just back of a length to Sales, and he's dropping that out into the offside, and there's no run. Well, Kevin Sharp, and we were talking earlier about his role in Northamptonshire picking up Ben Sanderson all those years ago, and he's been on to us. It's great to know that you're listening, Kevin, saying that he cried when they didn't, Worcestershire, I'm assuming, didn't sign Ben Sanderson. Northamptonshire did. That's full length from Fisher, left alone outside the off stump by James Sales, and as we say, what a terrific bit of business that was for Northamptonshire as he moves up into the top 20 wicket takers across all formats for Northamptonshire. Told me a great story. DT, afternoon to Dave Townsend. Very good to have you with us.
Good afternoon.
And he told me a great story when we had him on the cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton. When he first came to Northamptonshire, obviously the club had got no money, which is, well, fairly sort of standard state of affairs. And he was playing a match against Kent and took wickets, also scored a few runs. And Northamptonshire won, and they won the match in 3 days. There's Fisher, that's outside the off stump, left alone by James Sales. But he was being paid by the day, excuse me, and
we all know that feeling.
because they'd won the game in 3 days, largely down to his performances. They only paid him for 3 days. So it was an early indication of the sort of organisation he was joining. But, yeah, what a great servant he has been and is to Northamptonshire cricket. And very good to know you're listening, Kevin. Back to 4 slips as Fisher is in, bowls full length to Sales, drops it down into the offside, fielded at point, and there's no run. 68 for 3.
I'll tell you what, Radders, I was very impressed with young Krish Patel making his debut. He looked very, very good, didn't he?
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire think he's, as we mentioned earlier, think he's got something about him, and obviously he's product of the Surrey youth system. But chance now to make his mark in first team cricket with Northamptonshire as Fisher goes full again, driven by Sales up to Ben Code at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 16 to Sales, George Bartlett yet to get off the mark, and Northamptonshire are 68 for 3. We have 17 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, if it gets to 6 o'clock, it's a little bit black over that way.
It is. I mean, you know the geography and the weather on this ground much better than I do, but it seems to be stuff all round us, but happily at the moment it's dry here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to rain, but if that comes over, it's going to be very dark, isn't it? And when did you say sunset was?
It's about 10 to 7, I think, tonight in Leeds.
So Hill bowls, start of a new over, and that's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. So Northants put into bat. I don't think they'd have been looking forward to that, but pitch seems to be playing better than perhaps we expected it to. There's been a little bit of swing.
Yeah, it's nibbled a little bit, hasn't it? Having been under the covers, but it's played perfectly well.
George Hill, the newly capped George Hill, comes in, bowls and covers up, pushes back to mid-on. Is George Hill sort of pitch and conditions? This is.
17 in the awful defeat against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School, 6 in the game against Bristol before it was abandoned, then 0 in the first innings against Leicestershire, but 54 not out in the second.
Hill runs towards us, bowls, and that's again through outside the off stump and taken by Johnny Bairstow. 3 slips, deep gully, backward point really. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and I think that's Matthew Fisher down there. His final game, well, not at Headingley, but his final game for Yorkshire, at least for the time being. Hill bowls, and that's clipped in the direction of Fisher, who chases away towards fine leg from a long leg position, and batsman cross for 2 runs. Bartlett, no doubt, pleased to get off the mark, and he looks, well, as they all do out there, look a little bit cold, don't they? Yes,
I think it's a bit fresh out there, isn't it, one way or another? I think a few hand warmers might be around the field.
Not the warmest today is this next ball again. He doesn't give you much to leave, George Hill. He's on the stumps, he's moving it away a little bit, 4th, 5th stump line, and that ball played defensively. The end of the over, Northants 70 for 3. So what is the situation with Krish Patel?
He's signed a 2-year contract for the start of...
For what we saw of him today, it was his first class innings.
Yeah.
That looks an excellent acquisition, doesn't it?
Well, as I say, I was talking to a member of the coaching staff yesterday, and they acknowledge, and I mentioned this earlier, they acknowledge that this is a very tough gig for him to make his debut, but I think they've learned a bit about him already. As Fisher starts a fresh over to Sales, who's playing that defensively out towards extra cover, and there's no run. And I think most of what they've learned about him is pretty positive.
Yeah, very much so. Just we were just talking about it at the back of the box, that when he came in, there must have been that excitement there. First class debut, but then you come in and you're facing Matt Fisher and Ben Coe.
Yeah.
Possibly the best opening pair in the country. It's cold, it's zipping about. And
It's not an easy start. Here's Fisher in again, and Sales thinks about playing it. In the end, just lets it go through outside the off stump to Johnny Bairstow. But yes, his only experience of first team cricket was just that one List A match, a 50 over cup match for Surrey last year against Essex.
we won't hold that against him.
Well, he's Surrey boy, born in Kingston upon Thames, plays club cricket for Esher in the Surrey League. Here's Fisher in, bowls, and Sales is nicely solidly in behind that. Plays it out again to extra cover where Johnny Tattersall fields, and there's no run, and immediately commences ball polishing duties. We're talking about Northamptonshire having not won a championship match here since 1990, and one of the other things about that game which is possibly worth a mention is the fact that it was the first game as official first 11 scorer for our friend the late Tony Kingston, who we lost last year. It's a handsome shot from Sales as Fisher floats that one up. Nice half volley ripe for the drive, and Sales drove and timed it well, but very well fielded by Tattersall, an extra cover, and there's no run. Gets a good and well deserved ripple from around the ground.
Yeah, good for you. It's not really a crowd, it's a gathering.
It's well, I'm full of admiration always for people that are just so patient and sit and wait for some cricket. I had to wait till 3:30 today. Here's Fisher in again, bowls, and that's a beauty. Draws Sales forward, shapes away past the outside edge into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. If you're watching on the stream and listening to us, then I think is that the press box being shown at the moment? Well, they are doing some work anyway. It's good to see. Fisher to finish his 8th over, running away from us. Bowls to Sales outside the off stump, and Sales leaves well alone, goes through to Bairstow, and that's the end of another over. 70 for 3, 16 to Sales, 2 to Bartlett. After Northamptonshire were put into about 15 overs left in the day's play. Just a quick update of what's happening elsewhere in the few matches that are actually being played today. In the ODI at Lords, Harry Brook going great guns, 87 not out off 57 balls. Now for Brook is England 224 for 3 off 30, 9 overs to go.
Yeah, cracking young player, isn't he, Harry Brook? Started with you over then from George Hill, and Bartlett sort of got his shape wrong a little bit on that one, but punches it back with a square. There's no run.
Yes, I remember, I'm not sure how many matches it was into his career, but he made that wonderful 100 at Northampton in 21 on a turning pitch, when he was the difference between the two sides, really.
Next delivery from Hill is, again, just trying to look for a gap, look for a little opening in Bartlett's defences, and that's played back, just played into his crease, really. So 70 for 3.
And then
I can top you for that one.
Oh, go on.
I was there when he, at Chelmsford, in an absolutely ridiculous game. It was sadly the year poor old Cally died, Dave Callaghan. Hill bowls, and that's better for Bartlett. He got his legs and his bat and everything else in the right position there. And again, no run. And it was a ridiculous game. 12 wickets, I think, fell before lunch. Ridiculous. Yorkshire, people will correct me if I'm wrong, but roughly 50 Yorkshire made, and it was a good 50. And they bowled Essex out for not too many more. firm drive down the ground for Bartlett, and he's going to get a boundary there down to the football stand end, and that'll do him a lot of good after those couple of rather awkward shots earlier in the over. And he was batting with it was in the same side as Joe Root and Pujara, Cheteshwar Pujara, obviously the great Indian player, one of the great first-class cricketers. Next delivery from Hill, and that's defended into the offside. And it's no exaggeration to say, watching it, he did not look out of place batting alongside those two, and he had a difficult year that followed, or whatever, as young players do. But that innings, you said, "Oh, this lad's, if he's got his head screwed on, he's certainly got the technique." Amazing game of cricket that was. Next delivery from Hill, and that's eased between the just wide of the fourth slip, and runs quickly away to the boundary. And that's a less impressive boundary from Bartlett, so 10 to him. 78 now, 4-3. And you'd have to the game was over an hour into the third day. I've foreseen games like that, but it was just,
especially at Chelmsford.
It was bizarre.
Well, he's just out, in fact. Harry Brook, 87 on 58 balls, 226 for 4. But
how many are the 39 overs left?
Yes, 8.3. So
I always think that's a nonsense, 39 overs. Or, 27 overs or whatever it is. Why don't you go to the nearest 5 and then everybody could roll an equal number of
regulations,
overs?
DT. We have to go with the regulations. Here's Fisher starting a fresh over and punched off the back foot by Sales to Tattersall at extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, the game against, when Yorkshire played Northamptonshire at Wantage Road 2022, beginning of that season, and in fact, Doidge and I were talking about it this morning, when Yorkshire probably batted on a bit too long and left Northamptonshire 500 to win in just under 4 sessions, and Northamptonshire were able to save the match. But in that match, Harry Brook went in the first innings with Yorkshire in trouble at not many for 3, really got his head down, grafted, made 70 or 80 and helped them get a decent first innings score. His Fisher in again, bowls down the leg side, and Sales trying to clip it away, doesn't get anything on it, and Bairstow takes down the leg side. And in the second innings, when Yorkshire had a lead and were looking to press on and declare, he went out and played in a totally different mode, again made 80 odd off very few deliveries, and it just demonstrated his adaptability and his ability to play situations, which I think we've certainly seen in his career since then, and continue to see. Just a great talent. Here's Fisher running away from us to bowl to James Sales, who again has a drive at that one outside the off stump, and he's beaten. It goes through to Bairstow. 78 for 3. We've got 13 overs to go after this one. I don't know, DT, you can just say you know the conditions here better than I do, but it's just maybe coming over a little bit gloomy.
It's a bit of Simpsons sky away to the left over there.
Yeah,
sort of clouds. Is that where
it's coming
from?
That's
I thought you meant, is that the technical term? I think it is. I think it is.
It is. No, it is, absolutely. Meteorologists swear by it. Here's Fisher. And again, bowls to Sales, nips that one back, hits him painfully, I think, the inside of the thigh. Not so much an appeal as an exclamation from bowler and slips. James Sales just does his best to show that he's not incommoded at all and just has a little wander.
A few games that season, and all the away games I've sort of covered for Radio Leeds was before Doidge took over, basically, and didn't get to actually interview Harry.
Here's Fisher in, hangs that outside the off stump. Sales not to be tempted, goes through to the keeper.
The one time I found myself in the sort of vicinity of him was we walking around the ground down in Hampshire after they'd had a hard day in the field, and you got to sort of pick your time to just introduce it. And he was talking with another young Yorkshire player, and they were discussing Love Island. And I thought, no, I'll just leave this.
I'm sure you were able to offer an expert appraisal, David. Here's Fisher. In and bowls to James Sales, and again beats him outside the off stump. This is good stuff from Matt Fisher, and James Sales having to live on a wing and a prayer a little bit at the moment, but he's still there. 16 to him, 10 to Bartlett. Northamptonshire 78 for 3, and we have 13 overs remaining, which is going to take us, assuming we get through, probably just before 6 o'clock, I would think.
Yeah, it's
I don't know, it's 6-ish, isn't it?
do we not play through to at least
we will
6?
play till 6, yeah, you're quite right. So we may, it's conceivable we may get another over in, but somehow I doubt it.
What's the matter with your maths? I mean, I've worked for years with Kevin Hand, who's the worst in the world. George Hill bowls and defended up to mid-on.
You're right, 13 overs is...
13 overs in 42 minutes or something.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
fair enough. Simon Kerrigan's not playing. He of the sub-minute overs.
Yeah. Very good bowler. I thought it was like Simon Kerrigan, the right conditions. And
Yes,
the right,
no, it's a super chap.
when he just gets that right length, he's virtually unplayable. Hill bowls, he's certainly not unplayable there. That's pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run.
So we were talking earlier about Northamptonshire and the fact that they've used now more players in the Championship than any season since 1923. You don't remember that, do you, DT? I mean, it's a little bit before my time, but you might have been around. Cub reporter.
Hill bowls to defend it up to mid-off, no run. That would have been actually 2 years before my dear old mum was born. She celebrates her it's a centenary, isn't it? Yeah, 100 years next year. Well, she's no longer with us, but yes, that's not quite. Next delivery from Hill. Oh, nips back in.
Well, the Northamptonshire record...
Well left, I suppose.
Was a good leave, yeah. The Northamptonshire record for most players used in a Championship season was 33 in 1922, the year before that, and great story of Yorkshire actually with the opposition the first game of the season in 1922, and a week before Northamptonshire didn't have a captain because they tried various amateurs to interest them and hadn't managed to find anyone.
Hill bowls defended by Bartlett, no run.
The chap they did appoint, was an army officer who'd never played first-class cricket, dropped out. So they ended up giving it for the first game to Tim Manning, who'd captained before the First World War and had a distinguished war record. And he said, I'll just do it until you find somebody on a more permanent basis. And he was still ringing round, I think, the night before to get a side.
Hill bowls and pushed backward of square, no run.
And eventually he called up a chap called Cyril Baker, who last played for Northamptonshire in 1906.
Right.
So 16 years after his previous match, he was working at St Andrew's Hospital in Northampton and was drafted into the side. And I think the fact that actually Northamptonshire took it into a second day against the Yorkshire team of that vintage was probably not a bad achievement, but that was a particularly poor season, must be said. We've had a few. 78 for 3. Fisher starting his 10th over, running in bowls, and Sales stretching right forward, try and nullify the swing, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. Yorkshire bowling figures as you would expect. Tidy. Ben Code 9 overs, 1 for 27 on 299 first-class wickets. Matt Fisher into his 10th over, no wicket for 21. Jordan Thompson 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. And George Hill 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. So Fisher the only wicketless bowler so far. Doesn't get one there as Sales runs it down into the slip cordon, all along the floor, and there's no run. They always say, David, about this business of the artificial light taking over from the natural light, and
I was just thinking exactly the same.
And I'm sure you spotted the same thing, just
Yeah.
watching Matt Fisher walking back, and he's now starting to cast shadows, and I don't know, it may not be long before the umpires start to get a little bit jumpy, but we'll see. Here's Fisher in again, bowls to Sales, gets inside the line, plays it down just in front of square on the leg side. He's going to pick up a single. Takes Sales to 17 and Northamptonshire to 79 for 3. Muffled up against the cold, as you'll see if you're watching the stream at the moment. That's a mean anorak that spectator's got on. Even brought my big coat with me. But
the old fella behind there with the bobble hat on, he's obviously checking the weather as well, I think, on his phone.
It's all right. It's supposed to be a nice day tomorrow. Bit chilly. Here's Fisher in and bowls to Bartlett, who's just not quite settled yet.
No, he is.
And just pushing a little bit circumspectly out into the onside. Runs out to mid-wicket and there's no run, but he just hasn't quite, I think, sorted out the pace of this pitch.
They don't look particularly happy, any of them, do they? Watching on the stream. Well, don't come here to enjoy myself.
I was going to say, it's a bit chilly, and dinner might be delayed, which is a dreadful business. Here's Fisher in, bowls very full, and Bartlett is able to leave outside the off stump, and there's no run. Was amazed, David, I'm sure you'll be able to enlighten me on this. Looking over towards the city centre over to our left, and indeed you can see it from where I'm staying. The number
was it somewhere else the last time?
The number of cranes that there are.
Yeah,
a huge amount of building work going on in there.
It's a great city, Leeds. Yeah. It really is.
Well, certainly an awful lot of building work. Things going up there at the moment. Is Fisher in, bowls, and forward comes Bartlett. A little bit more solid. Sort of the face of an angled bat down to backward point, and there's no run. End of the over. 10 to Bartlett, 17 to Sales, and Northamptonshire 79 for 3, and Matt Fisher 10 overs, no wicket for 22.
Yeah, it's got a good vibe about it, I think, as the young people say. It's lots of people, lots of places to enjoy yourself of an evening, and plenty of I think businesses and enterprise going on.
Yeah, certainly.
At the moment.
Certainly, when I drove through it on what day, whatever day it was before we started here, Wednesday, it was seemed to be a lot going on.
New over from Hill and bowls. That was not a good leave by James Sales. And as we know, there were only two sorts of leave. That was a bad one because it actually seems to have hit his leg stump. That must have come off the bat, mustn't it?
I think it must have come off something. It has hit leg stump.
That's remarkable.
Just going to have a look at this.
He can't have left it and been bowled leg stump. Let's have a look at the replay. He has. Oh, dearie me. A big in-swinger from George Hill. Sorry about the hesitation, though, but the Radders or myself couldn't actually believe.
That was.
There was a lot of late in-swing, to be fair, which is fair enough.
I thought it must have just glanced off the face of the bat as he was leaving it, or maybe just an inside edge, but it wasn't. It was.
Well, initially you saw it and you thought, oh, he's left that and he's pinged the outside of off stump or something, but it's actually come way big boomerang in.
I mean, it's a beautiful bit of bowling from George Hill. It's one that I don't think James Sales will be watching that one over and over again this evening, maybe.
He's gone for 17.
Brings Safe Zabe to the crease, and number 6, Northamptonshire just in the walls a little bit. I don't think anyone expected it to be easy in these conditions against this attack, but James Sales just looked to be settling in a little bit, but just a moment of misjudgment and a very fine bit of bowling, you have to say, first and foremost.
True, but it did go for right from there. It wasn't as though it was late swing, was it? it started to swing and then went a lot more, I suppose. But he won't, as you say, have that on his CV highlights reel.
I don't think so.
George Hill, well, what an end of the season it's been for him. Round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who's forward pushing this back to the bowler. Capped yesterday. For those of you who perhaps haven't seen the lovely little presentation from Johnny Bairstow, who was a little speech lasted about just a couple of minutes. It's there on it's out there on social media. Hill bowls and Zabe across his stumps, tucks that into the onside. 3 slips and then a 5th slip. Cover point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. And just a little moving moment. His father Kevin and Mum Gail were there, and good moment. Hill bowls, and that's pushed up to mid off. No run, and I think it's a sort of a sign of a club that's coming back together after the problems that they've had for the past years, really, post-COVID.
Well, I was mentioning to Doige earlier, as an outsider, I thought it was very moving, and I thought it was beautifully done, and it just reflects the history and heritage of this club.
Hill to Zabe bowls, that's defended into the onside, no run there.
And I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, and it's you look around the field here, players like Wharton, Luxton, Hill, obviously. You've got Harry Duke, who's not in this side, another young player, Matthew Fisher, Ben Code, all sort of come through the system. And next ball shapes away that time. That was left by Zabe. That could have been another embarrassing one, but he read the swing right on that, and that goes through to the keeper. The lights are on. Those of you watching on the stream can see the old white rose up there.
5 overs, 2 for 12 for George Hill, and what an impact, as David was saying, what an impact he's having already on this game. It's going to be Fisher to continue, after this over I shall make way for Katie Levick to join DT. Here is Fisher starting his 11th over. 4 slips in, running in and bowls to Bartlett outside the off stump. George Bartlett leaves well alone. And then comes down the pitch, and he's you notice this, I think in that previous game against Leicestershire, when he just seemed to have found something, having struggled for a few games, and he was taking a little bit of a step down the pitch, try and counter the movement. Here's Fisher in again. This time he just pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Plenty of shape, plenty of swing with this ball, isn't there?
It's as I say, it was good toss to win. I think we were discussing that, I know, before play started, and I think either side, I'm pretty sure that Luke Proctor would have bowled first had he won the toss. So, testing session this for Northamptonshire, and it's not over yet. Still 9 overs after this. Is Fisher in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by George Bartlett. Clock ticks round to 5:32 local time.
When George Hill looks back on this season, as he will do with fond memories, I think he'll see it more as a bowling season for him than a batting season. But of course, in the Kookaburra game here, he took full advantage and scored about 700 and something, I think. Never going to get out.
A few did that. Here's Fisher in, bowls, and forward comes Bartlett, smothering it, just goes off a bit of an inside edge into the pad, I think, drops down in the crease next to him. Save Zabe at the non-strikers end, just doing a certain amount of gardening.
I've put this theory forward before, Radders. Maybe you could give me your thoughts on it. The Kookaburras are all football. Yeah.
In these conditions, certainly.
Why don't we simply buy the Kookaburra company and start producing decent cricket balls?
Here's Fisher, and that's full, and it's driven through mid-off by George Bartlett. It's running out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is, and not for the first time. And we did see this earlier, I think, with Johnny Tattersall. On this occasion, it was Jordan Thompson chasing it down towards the boundary, and he may just have thought for a moment, shall I give it the slide? And then thought better of it, and I think sensibly. Bartlett picks up the 4 runs. He goes to 14, and Northamptonshire to 83 for 4. It was a little bit of a teaser at Jordan Thompson. If he had have slid, there is so much mud down there where the covers and the various bits of ground equipment were going on and off. He would be absolutely plastered. Here's Fisher in bowls, and Bartlett coming right across his stumps, trying to whip it down the leg side, and an appeal for LBW. It's gone down to the boundary, and it's signalled as runs by umpire Hassan Adnan. Now that again has swung in from Fisher.
Yeah, I think he got the battle.
And he did get a bit of battle. Yeah, well, as I say, Fisher was going up for LBW, but it went down to the boundary, signalled as runs, so Bartlett goes to 18. Zabe is yet to get off the mark. It's 87 for 4. I shall leave you in the company of Dave Townsend, to be joined by Katie Levick.
Thanks very much to Andrew Rudd. Hill starts a new over, bowls, and that's pushed back to him. And there is no run. 87 for 4. Zabe, left-hander. Safe Zabe, he's not yet off the mark, but it's got 18. And Hill from the old football stand end comes in, bowls, and edged and just short of third slip. That ball not quite carrying. And a very good afternoon, if not a particularly warm one, to I was going to say a warm welcome, Katie, but it's not particularly warm, is it? Even inside here.
Yeah, it's not particularly afternoon either. It's more evening now. It's they've held us apart for so long today, DT.
Oh well. Here's Hill. Pulls again, and Zabe seemed to lose that one a little bit, didn't he? As the ball perhaps bounced on him, and he plays it, defends it anyway. No run.
Yeah, not the most confident shot there, so I just let it hit him. I wonder if the light is coming into play now. As you've been mentioning, there's some long shadows out there on the players. Floodlights definitely on, working.
Well, this is the sort of time that play should stop in September if you've got a full day. Hill bowls, and late on that one, Zabe, but he defends and no run. And I think the umpires might have a look shortly. It's very cold out there, and if you're an umpire, let's be fair. We're all human beings, even the umpires. They're don't laugh.
I couldn't possibly laugh. I'm still a professional. I would never laugh at an umpire yet.
But they must be thinking, it's going to be warm in that changing room. Hill bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off. No run there. I was reading just something on social media about one of Michael Cough's first games, and he was actually at Derby, which is not the warmest of grounds anywhere, and a game in April where we actually umpired with 6 sweaters. Or 6 layers of your fleeces and your warm stuff. 87 for 4. Hill bowls, and short extra cover has been brought in there for Zabe, but he defends that one, and Hill gets through another over. 2 for 12 for George Hill from his 6 overs, 3 maidens. Matthew Fisher yet to take a wicket. Well, you're talking about being a professional obviously you have to play in all sorts of conditions. What do you do to keep warm on the field? Do you have those little things in your little hand warmers in
Hand
your pocket?
warmers. I have hand warmers here with me today because I thought it could even get cold in the comms box, and I thought I need to be prepared. As Fisher's at the top of his mark, he's coming in and bowls. A little bit of shape away there as Bartlett just pushes it into mid-off for no run. Yeah, I'm lucky that I usually field third man to third man, so I usually keep warm by running the full length of the pitch every over.
That's one way of doing it, being positive about being asked to field third man to third man, isn't it?
Fisher at the top of his mark once more. Bowls a bit shorter this time, and Bartlett just knocks it back down towards Fisher.
You'll have no doubt, you probably, mind you, you're a younger person, this story might have gone over your head that the old Essex player who was a bit of a joker, Ray East, was asked to field third man at each end in some game at an outground somewhere. Spotted one of the spectators with a bicycle and actually borrowed the bike to cycle around the out.
I think I get sent that video by my team
Oh,
every
right, you
year
do.
because they'd say, is it time that you do this now? Fisher bowls once more, slightly leg side, and it's clipped through the vacant mid-wicket region. It goes all the way for 4. Lovely shot, just picks up on that line, just straying a little bit down leg side from Fisher as Bartlett moves on to 22.
Well, so you have to be a bit careful because these sort of cultural... I think Doige did you on something today, didn't he? That was I don't know.
I appreciate any room.
It was Ted Moult, the old show jumper, and that the feather and the double glazing. Yeah.
Any room where I get referred to as young, I'm happy with because I'm the oldest in the team usually. So this is a breath of fresh air. As Fisher is at the crease once more. Bowls just neatens his line up that time. It's just pushed into point for no run. Can just see Bartlett there. Just had a wander over. I think he had a little chat to the umpire. I wonder if he's talking about light. Fisher slowly makes his way back to the top of his mark. Running in and past the umpire balls, and he's clipped away off. Looked like middle stump. Now looked like it was a good line from Fisher, but it's clipped away to square leg for 4 runs. Fisher head in hands. I think he's disappointed that he's managed to clip that one away. It's a risky shot, but yeah, that's not the line. He should be clipping that to square leg, but he's the one that prospers. And Bartlett moves on to 26 with another 4. No luck today for Fisher so far.
Well, he struck it very nicely, but I mean, had he not made contact hitting across the line, that's, I don't think you even had to appeal. I think he'd have just walked for that.
And that's the second 4 of the over, off this Fisher over. As he's once again at the top of his mark. Bartlett, the batter on strike. Fisher's in, bowls, and Bartlett just pushes that into the extra cover region. Fisher, head in hands. It's been a roller coaster of an over, a couple of boundaries, but I wouldn't say it deserved that necessarily. Northampton move on to 95 for 4.
No, from Matthew Fisher's point of view, he'll be thinking to himself, I want to go out with a good performance here for the years he's spent with Yorkshire. I think it obviously is a real sort of, what's the word? It's difficult for him to leave, emotionally.
Yeah.
Career-wise.
I was in a similar position to Fisher a few weeks ago, and I think you get into that stage where you trying so hard to leave on a nice note.
Start with you over from Georgia. That's a beauty. That's pitched and just left safe, and he's gone down the pitch, the batsman, the left-hander, and just thought to himself, well, I was lucky to get away with that one. Not a lot you could do. George Hill having a wonderful end to the season, as we said. So next delivery, flashed that outside the off stump and saved those. He shouldn't have played at that. So yes, I mean, talking about Yorkshire legends leaving, and after a long time at the club, how many seasons were you here, Liv?
Oh, I've played since under 11s, so 20 plus years now. And yeah, you want to you're so desperate to put in a good performance in front of the Yorkshire and Headingley home fans, and I know Fish will be thinking the same.
Hill bowls, and that's a good lead by saying. He's causing problems on that fourth and fifth stump line.
Yeah, it's really making him question himself about what line he can leave. You'll have seen the previous dismissal as well, where that wasn't a ball he should be leaving, as leg stump went cartwheeling, but Bartlett just having a little wander down to chat to Zabe. It's a tough spell to try and see out here, but if he can get through to the end of the night, he's done a good job.
Next delivery, just waits for that one, plays it back with a square, gets off strike, scampers down to the far end. 1 run. Always feels better when you get off the mark, doesn't it? I think I could say that confidently as a club cricketer as well as sure it must be extra special for you as a tail end. Katie.
No, I want strike. I never get to face a ball, so let me get out there.
Hill bowls and has defended up to mid-off. No run there. 96 for fourth, 86 of course, a couple of boundaries. The score moving on. Northants won't be entirely disappointed with that, given we lost the first 4.5 sessions. Hill bowls and down the pitch comes Bartlett and eases that wide of mid-on. Now the amount of water this outfield's taken, that ball has still managed to run away towards the boundary for 4. Down to the side of the football stand end, so that brings up the 100 for Northants, and that's the end of the most expensive over yet for George Hill, and I think we're going to have Ben Code back on, which probably means that Doidge is going to have to come in and replace me. So take it away, Kate. Phil, just, go off on a riff about
This is when I sing, isn't it? This is my time. Yeah, as DT just mentioned, we've got a bowling change. Ben Code's coming on to replace Matty Fisher at the pavilion stand end. Last few overs of the night, and as Doidge mentioned earlier on, Ben Code is honing in on 300 first class wickets, so he'll be keen to try and get that on tonight.
Here he is then. First delivery of this, his third spell of the afternoon. Turned square on the leg side by Safe Zabe for a single. Hello.
You ready? I can't stop filling now.
Didn't expect to be back on, but so soon. Fingers crossed and all of that. That your man can tick this fairly sizable box. 4 slips in place. Awaiting an opportunity to perhaps assist him in that regard as he comes in then. Over the wicket, wide of off stump, and Bartlett crab-like across and leaves. Those that had decided it was a good idea to come out today to watch some cricket and waited around, probably about half of them over in the long room by the looks of things. Plenty in those. That's a couple of seats in there on a little banking behind the glass. That's probably a safe and sensible option this evening. As that Code comes in again then. Punched firmly at Tattersall. An extra cover by Bartlett, no run. So if we get them in, 5 overs and 3 balls remaining. And you'd still say you're not sure to complete all of that, given the light at the moment. Clear shadowing from the 4 Headingley floodlights as Code's in again. It's wide of Bartlett's off stump, and he's happy to leave, as you would be at this stage. Play as little as possible. There's plenty of juice in the surface. Last orders at the bar. DT can probably go get us a round in and Radders. Apparently it's last orders, chaps. Oh, it's good to get what the effects mic's saying. Code in again. Ooh, now then, George Bartlett left eventually. Ball was almost past him when he did. Ben Code has just asked James Wharton to make his way out to the mid-wicket boundary. It would be unusual if he digs this one in halfway down the track, and maybe there's some sort of 5-card trick with this final ball. Or Ben Code's 10th over then, in past Hassan Adnan. Ooh, again, Bartlett, he's not sure, is he, about that leave? That's twice. Once he got the bat out of the way, second time he was a long way wide of the stumps, but I think it clipped the pad on its way through. And you would have said that I think you've seen more confident leaves, even from you, Lev.
Oh, I don't confidently leave anything. I don't leave anything. I confidently waft.
Having none of that. Looks like Jordan Thompson. Yeah, he's coming back on at the Howard stand end of the ground.
Yep, double change of bowling to try and finish off this evening's play. Yorkshire will be very happy if they manage to pick up a 5th.
Got the ball to swing, didn't he, earlier on? 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 38. It was certainly probably going more through the air for him than for anybody else really so far today.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how he gets on from the Howard stand end as Thompson's in and bowls, and say just clips it into the square leg region and picks up a quick single.
Sun back out. Oh, can play till 7. Let's play till 7. Let's get a few more overs in. Plenty of shadow cast by the western terrace. And Jordan Thompson, let's just check back in on his season's stats so far.
He's at the top of his mark and it's in. Bowls. Fuller ball this time in. Bartlett just manages to squeeze it down to the vacant 3rd man area and picks up 4 runs. He moves on to 34. Slightly too full from Thompson there.
Yeah, the 21st innings in which he's bowled this in 2024 in Championship cricket, 32 wickets at 29.34, and that economy rate 3.65 with 1 5-foot.
Good season so far for Thompson. In once more in this over. Strays down leg side this time, but Bartlett's only able to pick out the mid-wicket fielder for no run. Thompson will be appreciative there. Just a little bit leg side for what he'll have wanted. Lucky it's not gone away to the boundary, but it's a dot ball nonetheless. Bartlett looks like he's been happy to walk across and clip some of those through there today, which is promising for the Yorkshire bowlers as Thompson is in once more. Bowls slightly shorter this time and Bartlett just punches it up to the mid-off for no run.
Got a bit of time, folks, still, if you have got any points to make on X, which is on @SportingLives1 or on BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Hoping for a full day tomorrow, and if we get it, forecast suggests we will, then there'll be plenty of overs to make up.
Thompson's in and Bartlett just punches him back up to mid-off once more for no run.
We would assume 104 overs in the day it'll be, won't it? Yeah. The way things have gone in the first 35.5, game could be fairly well advanced, but of course inclement forecast for Sunday, I think, or a little bit unsettled anyway. I'm not sure it's terrible.
Thompson bowls, and Bartlett just on the front foot, happy to defend that. Back past the umpire. Finishes Thompson's over. 7 overs so far for him, 1 for 22, and Northants are 106 for 4.
Yep, Cole going to continue. 4 overs remaining, and 1 for 28 from his 10 overs, and unusually just the one maiden so far, with conditions in his favour, but still bringing it in at under 3 and over. And if he just happens to get this next one, you wouldn't put it past him picking up a couple more quickies. 3 slips in place. Ringfield, with Jordan Thompson disappearing to long leg, and here comes Code round the wicket from the Kirkstall lane end, and Safe Zabe just squared up slightly as he drops that into the offside. Shadows of the Western Terrace. This sort of time of year we will often get a game here at Headingley on the cricket side of the ground, followed by a rugby league playoff game for the Rhinos, but of course they didn't make the playoffs this time. They missed out by a couple of points, by a place. So all quiet over there this evening, as Don Bess has just been moved by Code here. He was at mid-off. Wharton's coming round to fill the void, and he thinks he might have something by sticking a leg slip in to Safe Zabe, left-handed of course. Here we go, Code to Zabe, got him, that's 300 wickets for Ben Code in first-class cricket, and the celebrations on a personal note can begin. He's come in at under 20 runs per wicket in a career that began in 2016, and well, he's just been the ultimate pro in a bowling sense. Had a fantastic start to his career, as he alluded to in a recent interview, and he's really gone with it and picked things up again in 2024, and that now a 54th wicket of this season in Division 2. But what a great achievement, 300 in his career, and Safe Zabe will go down as that man caught by George Hill for 3 off 19 deliveries, and it means that Northamptonshire are 106 for 5, and rightly so. An ovation for the man from Ripon. What about that?
Yeah, what a beauty to get it with as well. A trademark Ben Code wicket. Zabe had not looked most comfortable so far in his innings. Wasn't sure what to leave, wasn't sure what to play, but that's a peach of a delivery. Found the outside edge, and well bowled Ben Code. Doing it for Yorkshire as he so often has over the years. Real servant of the White Rose. Which brings Fateh Singh to the crease. One of today's debutants, I believe.
Yeah, and it also means that Yorkshire are now another wicket away from a second bowling bonus point, and although of course we don't know the outcome of this game at this stage, that 1 point will go a long way to securing a First Division future if they get to the other end of the 4 days, or the days on which play is possible in this match, and can come out with at least a draw to their name. And 106 for 5, that's looking at the very least pretty favourable. And in comes Code again then, to bowl to Singh with 4 slips now to the lefty, and a leg slip as well, pushed back to the bowler first up, and there is no run, so another catch at first slip for George Hill, who's been pretty much as safe as houses since he's gone in there. And Ben Code turns again. 3 to come in the over. 2 for 28 against his name. Throws a wide one up there. Singh not tempted. That'll be, he'll kind of feel, I'm sure, like a bit of a monkey off his back in some senses, having got the first one early. Had to wait just a little while to pick up that second and landmark victim, and he's in again here wide on the crease, and Singh pushing into the offside, and once again there is no run. Joseph says, evening all, looking forward to tomorrow and Sunday's action, all being well with the weather. Code has again been fantastic this season. Just interested to hear your thoughts on why England have never gone for him. Not that I'm complaining, I just find it strange that such a talented, stingy bowler hasn't featured at international level yet. Final ball of this over, and he comes in, that's pushed out square on the offside. So to complete a moment really in Ben Coates' career, 106 for 5 Northamptonshire after 37 overs, 300 wickets at a cost of 5,845 runs with a best of 6 for 25, and at the point of taking that 300th wicket averaging 19.48. Now that is, in county championship cricket terms in the 21st century, great seam bowling. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Yorkshire have been lucky to have him all this time, and now there's been chat about why England haven't been coming, but this Headingley crowd's happy they never have, as Thompson's in once more, and Bartlett just unconvincingly works it up to mid-on for no run. I suppose Ben Code and Sam Cook really down at Essex are the ones that spring to mind when you think about who's done it on the county championship circuit consistently over the most recent years, who've been unfortunate not to get England honours. Thompson's at the top of his mark once more, running in towards us in this commentary box position. Bowls and just steers a little bit down leg side, and Bartlett makes the most of that and picks up 4 runs, just tucks it off his hip. Bit of a gimme from Thompson, but Bartlett will be happy to receive those at this stage of the day. Watching the replay there, and Bartlett is still just shuffling over across his stump, so it is promising signs for the Yorkshire bowlers. He's done that a few times and worked deliveries through the leg side region that probably shouldn't have been, but he's doing well so far. He's on 38. Northant's 110 for 5. So Thompson's in once more and bowls, and Bartlett pushes it back past the umpire, tries to take a quick single, and the fielder gets the throw away, but they're in safely. Risky single at this stage of the day. Just watch that back and see how close that run-out opportunity was. Mid-on fielder just falling over as he throws it. Dom Bess manages to get on target. But Bartlett comes through for the single and moves on to 39. Brings the new batter on strike, and that's what Yorkshire will want, so they won't be too disappointed with that single there. Thompson at the top of his mark, running in towards the left-hander. Bowls, and is that an edge? The Yorkshire crowd liked it, but I think it's more floor. Not the most convincing shot from Singh. Bartlett just having a walk down the pitch to have a chat to him. It brings a field change from Thompson, just puts in another slip. I think Yorkshire sense they could pick up another one here just before the end of play. Only 2.2 overs remaining, but with a fresh batter in there, it's not a nice time of the evening to have to come out and bat. Thompson's in once more, bowls, and another false shot. This time Thompson liked it, but none of the slip Gordon did.
Getting closer to a nick. Just going back to Banco, that first class wicket he took was at the Riverside, Chestler Street, sometime between the 20th and 23rd of June 2016. He'd effected a run out before that, but Usman Arshad caught hod-bowled Code for 84. The 7th wicket to fall in Durham's second innings in that match was Ben Code's first, 299 later.
Thompson's the man in once more, and this time Singh manages to get some bat on it and drives it through the extra cover region. going to go all the way, and he picks up his first runs, and it's a boundary. Singh moves on to 4 to finish that Thompson over. Thompson's 1 for 31 off 8 overs.
I'll just bring Radders back in if we can into your seat and swap you across to mine, because I've got to disappear off and do an end of day for BBC Radio Leeds. 115 for 5 then, as Lev says. And Radders is going to have the pleasure of talking you through a Ben Code over.
Marvellous. Well, congratulations to Ben Code on that milestone. And great servant to Yorkshire cricket. And it would be nice if another Yorkshireman, Ben Sanderson, could get the wickets he needs to go to 400 for Northamptonshire. He's already got 400 first-class wickets, but 394 for Northamptonshire. And so he's only 29 bowlers have got there previously. So 2 overs to go. I think we're going to get them all in. And here is Ben Code looking for number 301 as he runs into bowl to George Bartlett, who again takes a step down the pitch and drops it out into the onside, and they come through for a sharp single. But well judged. Bartlett to 40, Northamptonshire to 116 for 5. And you just suspect here, Katie, that I think Fateh Singh is almost playing the sort of night watchman role here. I think Bartlett's quite keen to just get off strike and watch what happens at the other end. 4 slips in. Round the wicket comes Code, and Fateh Singh plays that very solidly. Back down the pitch, fielded by Ben Code. So both the first-class debutants in this Northamptonshire side got off the mark with a 4. Dear sir, is this a record? I don't know.
Got lots of revision to do tonight.
I know.
You're just going to keep asking you about it tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. No, I know that's coming. But certainly Krish Patel, as Code is in round the wicket, bowls to Fateh Singh, drives a little uppishly up to short mid-off, and there's no run. And now Code wants a change in the field, and it's pulling somebody, I think, out of the slip cordon. No, the slip cordon's going to remain unchanged, but they're just moving in another man on the drive. A sort of shortish extra cover. I think just noticing the way Singh played, just pushed at that one a little bit, and it was in the air for a moment or two. So now we have a sort of short mid-wicket and a short extra cover and 4 slips and a leg slip as Code is in bowls and beats Fateh Singh outside the off stump. Went through him like the proverbial dose of salts into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Yes, Mr. Deutsch would never would be most unhappy if I had an evening not looking something up. So, but no, 5 4s to get off the mark in first-class cricket, as Krish Patel did, I suspect is unusual.
That's a statement.
Well, it is, whether it's unique or not. In fact, he hit 6 4s in all. Here's Code. 2 balls to go in the over, and Fateh Singh drives and he's caught at that short mid-off position. They set the trap. They've got 2 men in there, and Fateh Singh falls into that trap. He's just driven it straight to that man at short mid-off. James Wharton takes the catch, and Singh goes for 4, and Northamptonshire, in the penultimate over of the day, have lost their 6th wicket. They're now 116 for 6.
Yeah, you felt like that was always coming. He was just playing it with really hard hands, driving at the ball. And at this stage of the evening, and with this field in play, he'll be very disappointed he's fallen straight into the trap. But well bowled, Ben Code, and Yorkshire will be very pleased. That's their 2nd point.
It is. It's a second. So just another 8 now will do. Ben Code on 301. So what a day he's had. A day that he will remember long into his career and beyond. It brings Lewis McManus to the crease, who I suspect would have been rather keen to have been able to go out tomorrow morning. But McManus coming to the crease, and I suppose from Yorkshire's point of view, and they're looking very pleased with themselves, and I don't blame them, isn't it nice when a plan comes together? Because they had worked that one out for Fateh Singh, and it was Ben Code, after that previous delivery that he played just a little bit uppishly, who said, yeah, okay, let's Let's get another man in there.
Yeah, you could really see on that replay, he was really playing with a strong bottom hand. That was really low on the bat, and to manage to pop it up to that short mid-off fielder was probably more difficult than it is to keep it on the ground. So it's probably just nerves from the young man coming out this stage of the evening, this stage of the game. But credit to Ben Code, he's bowled incredibly well in this spell.
He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? He's got one ball left in the day. Could he make it 302?
And he's just called for the helmet to come on to have a close fielder.
Well, putting a bit of pressure on Lewis McManus. 4 slips, leg slip, forward short leg. And they've still got this man in, I think, sort of short extra cover position. That's Matthew Fisher. Code was starting to run in, realised that Lewis McManus wasn't ready. Northamptonshire's Red Ball vice-captain. And here comes Code with what should be his last ball of the day. He's in and bowls, and McManus is forward, pushing it up to Fisher at short extra. And that is the end of Ben Code's bowling work for the day. And applause all the way around Headingley. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 29. 301 first-class wickets for Ben Code. Gets a pat on the back. And with 1 over to go in the day, Northamptonshire 116 for 6.
Yeah, this Headingley crowd have been justly rewarded for their patience today, sticking around through all those rain delays this morning. They'll be glad they stayed. Northamptonshire 116 for 6. That's 2 bonus points so far for Yorkshire. Just ticking them off in their hunt for promotion. And Ben Code's 300th first-class wicket, which is a lovely moment to see. But now we've got Thompson to continue from the Howard stand end. And he's in and bowls and a bit shorter. Bartlett's able to jump out of the way of that one. Probably not going to have to play anything he doesn't need to in this final over. And that one wasn't challenging his stumps, luckily.
I'm surprised that the light held up as well as it has, left, to be honest, because I must admit I thought we might be struggling. I think we all thought we might be struggling to get through 40 overs, but the light's just about held. I don't think we've had another couple of overs we might be struggling, but I think we're okay now.
Yes, it's Thompson. Is in and short again, and this time finds the top shoulder of the bat, I think, there of Bartlett, who gets it through to the point region and scampers through for a single. Yeah, we did a lot of maths of trying to figure out over rates and overs and time in the day and it going dark, and in the end none of it was required.
Well, that's hit him on the helmet, I think. So I think we may have to have the obligatory concussion check, and whether we will, the umpires may just decide that that's it, but I think they're going to have to. Yes, indeed, there's a physio is coming out just to have a check of Bartlett. I think, as you say, it just came off the shoulder of the bat, maybe just off the glove, and did glance off the helmet. I don't think there's any big problem. Off the glove, I think, looking at the way you can probably see if you've got the watching on the live stream, that Bartlett's got the glove off and is just, physio's just having a little look at it. But I think it may be just, I say, we must have just flicked off the helmet, otherwise they wouldn't have the man out there. But all the while, the light is just starting to go, and Bartlett's okay. He doesn't need a replacement helmet. I think he's saying it just went up like into the grill, so he's okay.
Yeah, it didn't look like it climbed enough to go straight directly onto the helmet.
No, he's absolutely fine. But
you have to check these things nowadays.
Yeah. And he's at the non-striker's end anyway, because of course they did come through for the single. So Lewis McManus has the dubious honour of facing potentially the last 4 balls of the day.
Yep, as Thompson's at the top of his mark, still got 4 slips in place. This is in and bowls, and just outside off stump allows McManus to leave that well alone. He's also got a man in it with the helmet on under on the leg side.
Lewis McManus has a first-class average this season of nearly 48, not least off the back of his career best 168 not out at Cardiff, which was a superb knock. And just one other 50 apart from that, but he's made useful runs throughout the season.
Well, it'll be useful if he can stay in tonight, that's for sure. And Thompson's in and bowls just slightly onto the leg side, allows McManus to just work it into mid-on.
He had a terrible year with the bat last year. It's just nothing went right for him. Took himself away to India during the winter at his own expense to work on his batting, and made a 50 then in the first game of the season against Sussex down at Hove, and I think a lot of people felt that was a bit of reward for hard work.
Yeah, that is commendable, to willingly go and test yourself in Indian conditions. As Thompson's in, bowls a bit short this time, but McManus ducks underneath it comfortably.
He's a very diligent cricketer, Lewis McManus, and you think he's only been with Northamptonshire, it's his third season, and he's already closing in on 100 first-class dismissals, made some useful runs as well, captained the side in the 50 over. So he's become very much an integral part of this Northamptonshire squad.
Well, he just has the one ball remaining this evening to see out from Thompson. As Thompson's in, he's at the crease, delivers it, and McManus safely in and behind, just knocks it into extra cover for no run, and that's the end of play today. Northants finish on 117 for 6. That Thompson over was his 9th of the day. He finishes with figures of 1 for 32, and Ben Code at the other end 3 for 29, including that all-important 300th first-class wicket.
Yeah, the players leaving the field, and Yorkshire will obviously be very well satisfied, I think, with that session. It was a good toss to win, as we've been saying. Conditions were helpful, but they've taken full advantage of it, and Ben Code, I would imagine, could well have the honour of leading Yorkshire off the field, having picked up 3 wickets, 2 to George Hill, 1 to Jordan Thompson. Matt Fisher has bowled well, but without reward so far. In the wickets column for Northamptonshire, George Bartlett has held things together quite nicely. 41 not out off 52 balls, following on from his unbeaten half-century in the previous match against Leicestershire. And the applause you can hear from the Headingley faithful sitting down below us for the Yorkshire side as they leave the field. And I think it's Adam Lyth pushing Ben Code to lead them off the field.
It's actually George Hill.
Hill,
yeah.
of course, I could just see, and I could tell that because his cap looks delightfully new and unsullied by wind, rain or anything else. But yeah, so George Hill gets to lead the side off for his couple of wickets in his first day's cricket as a full-fledged Yorkshire capped player. So 117 for 6 it is. Yorkshire have 2 of the 10 points they need to be absolutely certain. Of course, a lot depends on what happens down at Sussex, whether they actually manage to get on the park tomorrow between Sussex and Middlesex at Hove. We will bring you news of that, of course, as well as what's happening here on day 3 of this championship match between Yorkshire and Northamptonshire here at Headingley. For now, from myself, Andrew Rad, from Katie Levick, from Jonathan Doidge and from Dave Townsend, have a thoroughly enjoyable Friday evening. Please join us when we're back on parade for an extended day's play tomorrow with 104 overs to be bowled, and we'll be with you at around about 25 minutes past 10. For now, good evening.